Judge, I don't know that it matters being dressed for court. Y'all have your robes on, so it's up to yours. We were set here on we came before the court and Ms. Duke and I were able, the house actually got sold. We got a contract on the house. And as a result of that, that enabled us to kind of get the property issues resolved because there was a contract on the house. And so that's what we did. We ended up, both parties wanted a divorce. We agreed the wife would be awarded a divorce, and then divided all the assets. So that left only the custody determination to be made. Previously, I was not originally the counsel that filed this petition, but there was a pendente light order that was entered back in April of 2025. And again, Judge Turnbow, as my understanding, that it was that they announced an agreement at that point in time. Ms. Duke, wasn't that correct? It wasn't a hearing. Judge Turnbow was the judge presiding there, but there was a testimony at the time. The parties were able to reach an agreement, and then they went to mediation and were unsuccessful.
I don't care.
So,
I mean,
yeah.
All I'm saying is you had everything else in front of Judge Turnbow and you resolved it. I wasn't sure exactly why this custody issue wasn't, heard.
Because you were the next one in line.
That's fine.
That was it.
I'll be glad to hear it.
There wasn't any testimony on the pendente light hearing that would necessitate going back, and it was just the fact that we settled it when Judge Turnbow was here last month, and so you had an available time. So we said.
That was the April 7th, 2025 pendente lighting motions, order rather. All right.
Yes, sir. And that's what the parties have been going by. Your Honor, these parties, again, as we said, we stipulated grounds for divorce. They've been declared divorced. The parties have one minor child, Bryce, who will be 4 years of age come this September. At the time of the separation, the mother remained in the home. The father moved out in an apartment. Mr. Cuff filed for divorce, and he filed a parenting plan where he was asking for an equal residential schedule, 182.5 days each. They came to a hearing and announced an agreement wherein the mother was designated as the primary residential parent. The father was designated as the alternate parent. And the father, they split the child, although not on an equal basis, but pretty close. The father had the child from Friday at 3 until Thursday at 7 a.m. when the child would be dropped off at daycare. And he did that every other week. And then on the alternate week, he had from Sunday to Tuesday. So effectively a 2-4 schedule with the father. As I said, Mr. Bryce will be 4 years of age come this September. My client works as a software in the software industry and works from home. He has kind of a unique schedule wherein that he works a lot of evenings because he deals with foreign customers, and he has to keep that schedule so he's available effectively to be there for the child. The mother, as I understand, works a split 2 days home, 3 days at the office schedule with more traditional hours. Both parties are capable parents. Both parties loves the child, and this is just a unique situation, Your Honor, where they can a 50-50 schedule would be appropriate. My client is asking to be designated as the primary residential parent, and we would ask, and the reason for that, Your Honor, is effectively that they would have joint decision making. But if somebody had to effectively make the decision, he would ask to do that. Both parties have provided the day-to-day caregiving of the child. Both capable and able-bodied to do it. Both have jobs that lend themselves to be able to have a 50-50 residential schedule. And again, Your Honor, that's what we're requesting.
When you say a 50-50 schedule, what are you?
Well, Your Honor, at the time, the schedule that Mr. Cuff, when his previous attorney, Ms. Lowe, was practicing, he asked for a split from a Friday to Tuesday and then a Saturday but again, the week-to-week, he's about to be 4 years of age, and I think a week-to-week schedule would be appropriate. If the child was any younger, again, possibly where the child doesn't go 7 days without seeing either parent. But I think in this situation, a week-to-week schedule, or in the alternative, a 2-5-5-2 schedule would be what we would be asking for, such as he would have, as I understand it, Ms. Cuff has 2 days she works remote and 3 days that she is in Brentwood, where her employer is. And so again, designating if she has those set days that he would have, again, effectively Monday, Tuesday, she would have Wednesday, Thursday, and they would alternate the weekends, so it would effectively be 2-5-5-2 if you wanted to do something less than a week to week. So those are the two schedules that we would propose that would be appropriate for Bryce. And again, what goes along with it, there hasn't been any indication through discovery that either party intends to relocate outside of Dixon County, but we would request that Dixon County be designated as the school that the child goes to. Again, within Dixon County, there's several different, whether they're Charlotte, White Bluff, or Dixon or Burns. Again, we would ask that Dixon County be designated as where the child goes to school.
Duke?
Your Honor.
The rule has been requested. If there are any witnesses other than the parties that need to go outside and remain outside until you're called to testify, you're not to discuss the testimony of any other witness until you yourself have concluded your testimony. So, anybody that's going to be a potential witness. All right, go ahead.
Judge, what Your Honor is going to hear today is that the mother has always been the primary residential parent, making sure that this minor child is cared for. When Ms. Roberts stated what the current schedule is, it was a little off. I think she just misspoke regarding one of the days. The current schedule is Friday to Tuesday and Sunday to Tuesday. So it's a 3-2 split. And I would submit to the court that when that schedule was established, it was established with the parties' work schedules in mind. I would submit to the court that the father, I think he's quite bold in asking for primary residential parent in that he has completely thrown his marriage away with a paramour wherein he was repeatedly leaving this minor child for the mother to take care of, which was fine with the mother, and flying across the country for an internet sex hookup. And as I understand it, Mr.
An internet sex hookup.
Yes, Your Honor. He met
According to the file, you're saying it was Washington State that he was going to?
Yes, Your Honor. And he was flying there routinely, specifically when the child had a overnight stay at the hospital. Father took off and went on to Washington State instead of sticking around to find out if the child was okay. Father has left the child, I wouldn't say neglected. I'm not going to say that he is a bad father, but he has chosen sex and a girlfriend over his minor child. And that does put him in a questionable light as far as this court is concerned regarding his ability to care for the minor child. I think the court's going to have to glean from some of the things that Your Honor hears today that he's quite deceitful about his time with the minor child and when he's actually exercising his time. We built into the temporary schedule a provision wherein if the father was not going to be with the minor child for a period of time, that he would contact the mother to allow the mother to have the child. Proof is going to show today that repeatedly he, during visits, has gone to the gym and spent more than 2 hours there with his girlfriend watching over him while he's there. The girlfriend is the internet sex hookup, now girlfriend, maybe fiance. He's been wearing a ring, though I'm not sure he's got it on today. Your Honor's going to find that he was required not to have the minor child around the girlfriend, fiance, whatever she is, but he has routinely video gamed with she and her children, and the minor child has been exposed during this time period. He's had difficult time following the court's orders. Court's going to find that he would leave early in the morning at like 4 a.m. to go work out at the gym, leaving the mother with the burden of caring for and getting the child up for daycare and getting the child to daycare. I will say he did pick the child up from daycare routinely, but he cast his family, including the minor child, aside for this woman in Washington. I think the court's going to find that when he could exercise time with his child, he chose to go to Washington instead of being with the child. So that's the crux of the case. We are going to need to calculate child support today. Your Honor is going to have to rule on visitation. We are asking that based on the agreement of the parties originally for what would work best for this child, that remain the case. I think the mother could come before this court today and ask that he just get an every other weekend schedule, because frankly, I think that that's what he wanted on the front end, but was pressured by his family to ask for something different. I think his text messages are going to show that. The text messages, I will say also, the text messages show that he specifically, when he was cheating on his wife, made arrangements with the girlfriend saying, I can't come to Washington until I have a custody order in place. And so he was being manipulative of this court. He was being manipulative with the wife. He was being manipulative with the child in order to try to get what he wanted custody-wise. Your Honor is going to have to consider that there are daycare expenses involved in this matter, and we're asking for the mother to be able to make all the decisions, or at the very least make the final decision with regard to decision-making.
All right, Ms. Roberts, you may call your first witness. Yeah. I've read through the file. The file shows that it's Friday at 3 p.m. to Tuesday at 7 a.m.
Yes, it's
when the father drops a minor child off at daycare every other week. And then Sunday at 6 p.m. to Tuesday at 6 p.m. on the alternate week.
That's correct. And so it'd be a 3.5 day, 2 day. Fair enough.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Matthew Tyler Cuff,
And Mr. Cuff, you presently reside where?
638 East Forest Park in Dixon, Tennessee.
And how long have you lived over at East Forest Park?
Since the end of February of 2025.
Okay, and that's where you moved when you vacated the marital residence, is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes.
You and your wife, your ex-wife now, Mrs. Kayla Michelle Cuff, lived where together?
We lived at 534 Country Club Drive in Dixon, Tennessee.
And when, did y'all purchase that home together?
Yes, we did.
And again, you heard Ms. Duke's opening wherein you just, vilified you, that you abandoned your family for sex. Is that true?
Yes, I heard that.
Heard that, but that wasn't a true statement.
No, ma'am.
Let's talk about your commitment to your family, sir. You and Mrs. Cuff married when?
June 3rd, 2018.
And
Mr.
if
Cuff,
that-
pull that microphone towards you just a little bit. The bass will slide. There you go.
Yes, Your Honor.
So again, repeat, when did you marry?
June 3rd, 2018.
Okay, and was it a first marriage for both of y'all?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me at the time, what were you doing when y'all married? What type of job did you have?
I was a software engineer.
And the same thing that you're doing now, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did Miss Cuff do?
She worked as an LPN for a cosmetology company.
Okay, and is she still an LPN?
Yes.
And is she still working for the same company?
No, ma'am.
And what did, you know where she's working now?
She's working at Mattify Health.
And what does she do there?
I think she's a clinical operations director.
And did she go up in the food chain, if so to speak? Was she working and is she doing better for herself now?
Yes.
And y'all decided to have a child during the course of your marriage, is that correct?
Yes.
And you have Bryce.
Yes, ma'am.
What's Bryce's full name?
Bryce Cameron Cuff.
And how old is Mr. Bryce?
He's 3.5.
And he will be, I believe, 4 in September of this year, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, during the course of your marriage, when y'all married, where were you living?
Before we married, we moved in together before we got married. We were living in Brentwood at an apartment. Do you want the address? 127, I think it was Crestview Drive in Brentwood, Tennessee.
And whose apartment was that? Did y'all rent that together? Did you move in with her? Or she moved in with you?
We moved in together.
Okay. And so y'all were both working in the area?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have family here in Dixon, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And who are your people?
My mom and my dad,
What are their names?
David and Debbie Cuff.
And where do they live?
They live right down the road, 522 Country Club Drive.
Okay. And does she have people in the area?
She does.
Her people?
She has a large family, but rather small family. She has her mom that lives here in Dixon, and then the rest of her family live in White Bluff, and then I think her sister lives in Burns.
Okay, so again, she has people in this area, and at some point in time, y'all moved in together and then decided to formalize your relationship, is that correct, and got married?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you own a home, or did you have any real property at the time?
No, ma'am.
And y'all decided to purchase a home here in Dixon?
Yes, we did.
Was that before or after y'all discovered that you were gonna have a child?
That was before we had a child. That was one of the things that we wanted, was to have a house to raise him in.
And what measures did you take in order to ensure?
I received several large raises, and so I used the extra raise that I got to be able to pay for a mortgage along with my family, also helping out with a down payment.
Along with your family, what was that?
Our first house, my dad gave me $20,000 from his 401k, and my late granddad gave me $10,000 to put down as a down payment.
So you had about $30,000 down payment, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you used that to purchase your first home?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that first home?
161 Caraway Court in Dixon, Tennessee.
And was it purchased during your marriage?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
was it placed in both of your names?
Yes,
Okay. But you got family money to purchase so you and your wife could have a home to start a family.
that's correct.
And then subsequently, y'all moved over next door to your parents.
That's correct.
And did you make any additional payments, or was it all marital money that went into that?
My grandmother passed away, and my mom was kind of the person managing, like it went to her. And so my granddad always wanted me to have the house that was next to them, but to take care of my grandmother, they had to sell the house for her care. And so my mom, after my grandmother passed away in February of 2024, I believe, she gave me $265,000. That was my inheritance from my grandmother that I put towards the house.
$265,000 and $30,000 of your separate money you went in to establish a home for your family, sir. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I take it your now ex-wife said, "Tough luck, I want half of everything," didn't she?
Yes, ma'am.
She didn't acknowledge the fact that your family had made a commitment so that y'all could raise your child here in a community where your families live,
I'm
did she?
going to object as to relevance, number one. Number two, the parties have an agreement. He
Absolutely.
agreed as much as she did. So
Your Honor, Ms.
I don't
Duke,
know that that's relevant.
Ms. Duke in her opening argument vilified my client, thinking that he's some sex fiend running off to Washington State to have sex, and that he left his family, and how dare he do that. And again, I have every right to put on what the commitment that this man made to his family and to his children.
I am overruling the objection, allowing the evidence in to rebut any inference that may come up during the defendant's proof regarding his failure to provide adequately for the family or his abandonment of the family. Obviously, what happened then is not necessarily applicable to what happens now, but it does show a history. So overrule the objection.
So again, you committed a significant amount of your separate money in order for your family. Why did you do that?
So that we could have a really nice home to raise Bryce in. And we were 5 houses down from my parents, and my mother is going to be retiring at the end of this year. So we were intending to use them, for childcare and to help out, pick up from school, things of that nature. So, yeah, and we wanted a backyard so that we could put a playground in the backyard for our son, and we did.
Okay. And again, at no point in time during this did you dispute that that the home was a marital asset, and we entered an agreement, did we not, to divide that asset in an equal portion?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Now, let's just get on to, before we get to some of the other things concerning it, you started having an affair, didn't you?
I did.
Okay, tell me what led to that.
We had some issues in the marriage where that we had kind of grown apart, and somebody reached out to me online and we chatted. It was a very short period of time, about 10-ish days before I actually told Kayla that I wanted a divorce and left the marital home.
So again, when you said reached out to you online, you put something out there.
Yes, at the time I was working out. I used to be really large, and
When did you used to be very large?
I was at my biggest at around 2020, right before my granddad passed away, and he had congestive heart failure, and I was really scared that if I continued down that path, that was going to happen to me, and so that inspired me to try to lose weight, and I did.
And when did you, and this was during your marriage?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
I guess your grandfather died a couple years into your marriage.
He did.
Okay. And so so you were working out?
Yes, ma'am. And I was posting just videos of me, lifting weights on TikTok and Facebook and Instagram.
Did you go on some dating app?
No.
Okay. Again, when you said she reached out to you, you were posting things on social media.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
And some person reached out to you.
Yes.
And who was that person?
That was Ashley Doty.
And she's here today.
She is.
And what y'all made contact? Did you begin a romantic relationship?
We did shortly thereafter.
Okay. And did you hide this from your wife?
Initially, yes.
How long did it happen? How long were you involved in this relationship from when it started until you moved out of the home?
Approximately 10 days.
Okay. And what prompted you to move out of the house?
I was unhappy in the marriage, and I think that I felt that it was probably in my son's best interest to end the marriage and move on.
And when did you disclose to your wife that you were having an extramarital affair?
She found out, I think it was early March, maybe around March the 10th. And I think she saw the phone records, and then confronted me, and then I said that that's what was going on.
Did you lie to her first?
I did.
How long was it before you came clean and told her that you had started one relationship before you finished the other?
Just under a month, I believe.
Okay. And had you already gone out and met with this lady?
Uh,
Or was it simply when did you become physical with your girlfriend?
So I left the marital home and then met her like that next day.
Okay. And then after you had left the marital residence, your wife found out about the relationship.
Yes,
Okay. Now, when you left, did you get this apartment that you're living in?
I did.
Okay, and that's where you've been. When you left, did you and she work out any arrangement for your son, Bryce?
We did.
And what was that arrangement?
At the time prior to the hearing on April the 2nd, we were exercising 50-50 custody.
Okay, and what does that, explain what that means? I mean, practically speaking, I got Monday, Tuesday, she got Wednesday, Thursday, I got a week, she got a week. What is your
right.
interpretation of 50-50 custody?
We were doing, it was, I believe, a 3-4 split. So it was, I had him for 3 days, she had him for 4, and then I had him for 4, and she had him for 3.
And how long did that work out?
That worked out up until the April the 2nd hearing.
Okay. So, getting this correct, this woman reaches out to you on the internet.
Yes, ma'am.
You respond back.
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all start discussing things. Y'all start talking verbally or just texting, and what did y'all do?
It was both. We were texting, and then we would talk on the phone.
Now, this young lady, her name is, again, what is her name?
Her name is Ashley Doty.
And Ashley lived in Washington State
Yes, ma'am.
and is married, or was married at the time.
Yes, ma'am. She had filed for divorce and was wedded, but she was still married.
And does she have children?
She does. She has 2 children.
And how old are her children?
Her children are 6 and 10.
And so y'all start having a conversation, and you decide that y'all have something in common and want to further your relationship. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're still living in the marital residence at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what? You tell your wife you're not happy and you're moving out?
I did.
Okay, and you moved out.
I did.
Your wife finds text messages and sees numbers on your phone
Yes, ma'am.
and finds out that you're talking to another woman.
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, it had sex with that woman at that point in time.
At what point?
Well, when she found out, had you consummated your relationship with your brother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when you moved out, saying you're not happy, y'all started this 50-50 division.
Yes, ma'am.
And you continued that. When did you move out again?
Moved out on, I believe it was February the 23rd.
So a few days in February, all of March, and until you went to court in April.
That's correct.
And you had gone on and
I did.
continued your relationship. Go
I
ahead.
need to amend that. So it was the first 4 days. It wasn't until I believe February the 27th that I had to secure a residence. And so during that 4-day window, I picked him up from daycare because I didn't have a residence, and I would take him to a playground, or I took him to get McDonald's, or took him to get his first Disney Pixar car that he loves. So it was during that period of time. We weren't 50-50 until I had housing, which happened
4 days
rapidly.
after you left.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you staying at your parents' in the meantime?
No, ma'am.
Where were you staying?
At the time, my parents were very angry with me. I have a very small family. My circle of people were actually her family, Kayla's family. So I actually didn't have anyone to really rely on in that nature. I did fly to Washington and stayed there for a couple of days, trying to let the emotions blow over because I didn't feel that I could stay at the marital residence. And then secured an apartment, came back, picked up the keys, and immediately went and bought a bed and a dresser for Bryce and some toys to supply an apartment.
After that happened, y'all did the 50-50 up until y'all went to court.
Yes, ma'am.
And then y'all reached an agreement to modify that a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
And why was it modified? You heard again, Ms. Duke, and her vilifying you that that it worked better for y'all's work schedule.
It was essentially that same thing. That day, it was during an emotionally chaotic time, as you can imagine, with separating and trying to get things lined out. And there were some difficult optics around the fact that I had an affair. And so just as a temporary resolution, I agreed to the temporary parenting plan that we currently have, but with a long-term goal of always seeking equal parenting time.
She's a good mother, isn't she?
Yes,
And you believe you're a good father.
I do.
Let's talk about the day-to-day before this whole affair scenario and being unhappy
Yes, ma'am.
started. Tell me what was y'all's routine?
Our routine was that I would go to the gym in the mornings prior to my shift starting at 7 a.m. I work remotely. And then she would get him ready for daycare, and she would take him to daycare. She had to drive back from Brentwood, and sometimes timing was tight, so I picked him up in the afternoons. And then we both spent time just on the couch watching TV in the afternoons during the work week. And then we were both part of his bedtime routine. It required both of us. And so we would put him to bed approximately between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. For a while, it remained around 8:30. And then that was pretty much it. It was the same for the weekends. I would go to the gym prior to them waking up, and then try to, so I could, be there whenever they were awake. And then we would usually go either do something or hang around, ride the golf cart around the neighborhood together. So that was kind of the routine. It was much more routine, like during the week, it was much more set structure rather than the weekends were kind of.
Well, let's talk about your out of the home time. You worked as a software engineer. Who do you work for?
Everag.
And how long have you worked for them?
I've worked for them for, it'll be 11 years this June.
So during the whole course of your marriage, you've had the same employer.
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me, what is it that you do, sir?
I'm a software engineer. We make agricultural software that is our client, our customers' point of sale systems, like the Dixon Co-op uses our software. I'm also a team lead. I manage a US-based team as well as a contract team in India that I oversee.
Okay. And so what does that entail? You being on the phone and the computer to work?
Yes, ma'am. I don't have a whole lot of meeting heavy days. My meetings are usually short. So that has that, and then my shift at night has from 9 p.m. to midnight. I'm able to put Bryce down at his normal bedtime and be able to work my shift.
So what days? What is your work day like? What days do you work, sir?
I work Monday through Friday, and I have every other Friday off. You want my, like, what's my typical?
So Monday through Friday,
Mhm.
weekends off, but every other weekend you have a 3-day weekend.
Yes,
Friday,
ma'am.
Saturday, Sunday.
And then I get off, I work 7 a.m. to noon. So that's also very favorable for being able to keep
Kind of give me a day in your life.
a day in my life. Okay.
Yeah, as far as work is concerned, you get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, midnight.
No, ma'am.
What do you do?
I usually get up about 6:30, 6:45. I don't know what level of detail, but I have my cup of coffee. And I sign online, and a lot of the stuff that I do is stuff that kind of doesn't require a whole lot of interaction.
You turn your computer on and you're typing data and reading things.
Yes, ma'am.
Inputting
So,
information.
yes, ma'am. So it could be coding, it could be reviewing other people's code submissions, was what I spend a lot of my time doing, reviewing work items that need to be worked on, and making sure that the team has enough work to make it through the end of the day or the end of the week, depending on how much work we have available.
So as the supervisor, you assign different tasks to different people.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's your scheduling, reviewing things, but you're sitting there at a computer screen, inputting information or reviewing information.
Yes, ma'am.
And where's that office located? When you were at home,
Hmm.
and again, when I say home, where y'all live together.
Yes,
over in
ma'am.
Kentucky. Where, did you have a separate office?
It was the bonus room that was also sort of Bryce's playroom. And so that's where we spent a lot of time. And we also had gaming consoles, both Kayla and I. And so we'd be gaming sometimes at night, and Bryce would be playing with his toys, or we'd be playing with Bryce. But also my desk was in the corner where that I worked. So I would work as well.
So 7 o'clock our time, Central Standard Time, you log on, you start working,
Yes, ma'am. 7 a.m. to noon our time,
Monday through Friday.
Monday through Friday.
And then, is that all you did? Did you said you have a team in India?
I do, yes.
And as far as I understand, again, India's on a little different time zone than what we are.
They very much are.
So did you have to also accommodate and actually get on the computer and work at odd hours because you have a foreign?
Yes, ma'am. Yep. Yes, ma'am. So at night time, I have to log on at 9 p.m. and I work until midnight.
And that's Monday through Friday,
That is also, yes, ma'am.
except the Friday when you're off.
Yes, ma'am.
So you work from 7 to 12,
Yes, ma'am.
then from noon until 9 o'clock at night,
Hmm.
you're off.
Yes, ma'am.
And log back on at 9,
Yes, ma'am.
work till midnight,
Yes, ma'am.
go to bed, stop, rinse, repeat.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that it? Okay. And how did that work when y'all were together with Bryce?
That schedule actually happened right around April the 2nd. I don't remember the exact date. That had just happened
After you left?
after I left.
So so that's what you've got now.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see that changing at any point in time?
It is possible. It's always possible that that the schedule could change, but it has been stable for over a year at this point.
So you may get a team that's not in India and you have to change your time, or is that?
No, my time would stay the same. The only thing is maintaining the teams in India. That would always necessitate the split.
So what was her schedule when what was your schedule and her schedule when y'all were living together before you left the marital residence?
Yes, ma'am. I can start with mine. Mine was, again, 7 a.m. Until 5 p.m., and I had an hour lunch, and I worked from home full time.
So you had more of a traditional schedule when y'all were together?
Yes, ma'am.
What about your wife's, Miss Caleb? What was hers?
Her schedule, I don't know that she had a hard start time. It seemed that she had some flexibility with the morning time, and then she also had some flexibility with leaving, but typically she was trying to leave around 8 a.m., and then she would try to leave the office around 4 p.m. and then drive back from Brentwood.
Did she have a split schedule where she works from home sometimes and in the office sometimes?
Yes, ma'am, she did. She worked 3 days. It was Monday, Tuesday, Thursday in the office, and she worked 2 days remote. That was Wednesday, Friday.
So Wednesday, Friday, y'all were both in the house together,
Yes, ma'am.
and otherwise she would leave. So during that period of time, Bryce, y'all married in 18, bought the first house.
Yes, ma'am.
And when did y'all get, and you were working at this job and had been remote the whole time, correct?
We went fully remote in 2020
2020.
because of
So a couple
COVID.
years after, but before Bryce was born in 2020.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Okay. And then your wife had worked as an LPN, but in a cosmetology type setting at that point in time, and then she moved. When did that happen?
Yes, ma'am. So when did she move? Well, I think so. Originally, she went to LPN school and had just graduated right as we were moving into the apartment. And I think she spent a brief stint at a nursing facility, an NHC. That was a little bit of a drive. And then she got, I don't remember the exact dates, but she got the job working at a cosmetology surgery center. And then I don't know, it might have been somewhere close to 2019-ish where that she got the job at Medify.
But from the time that Bryce was born, she's been at Medify and you've been at your company.
Yes, ma'am.
So when Bryce came along, did she have this 2-day at home, 3-day schedule?
I don't think so. I think that, I can't remember the exact schedule, but because she got promotions, there were different expectations. And so I think that they have, she started as a care coordinator, and eventually they started allowing them, I believe, to work fully remote. And so I think that she only spent a brief time where that she was fully remote, and then she became a team lead. And I think they may have required them to come into the office for 1 day a week or something. I'm not exactly sure the exact number. And then her next promotion required her to come in 3 days a week. I believe that's correct, but that could be a little.
So in September of 2020, y'all became pregnant, and in September, y'all were blessed with Bryce.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
what was y'all's schedule? What did y'all do at that point?
To be able to take care of Bryce.
Yeah.
During that point in time, I was working fully remote, and we had coordinated and got daycare for Bryce to have it ready for whenever her maternity leave ran out. I also had paternity leave for the first 6 weeks. So then after her maternity leave ran out,
How long a leave did she have? You had 6 weeks.
I had 6 weeks. I believe it was 3 months. It might have been 4. I don't recall the exact amount. I think it was 3 or 4.
But y'all were both at home. You took time off, she took time off.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you went back to work first
Yes, ma'am.
at home,
Yes, ma'am.
and then she went back to work.
Yes, ma'am.
So what happened at that point in time?
At that point in time, we started taking Bryce to daycare.
And you were still, during this period of time, even before, I think you said in 2020, when you lost your grandfather, started focusing on your health and working out.
Yes, ma'am.
And so did you continue, were you going to the gym
Yes, ma'am. The first 6 months I was actually running, and then it turned out that I didn't like running that much, and so I started going to the actual gym. And so I'd been doing that since probably somewhere around January of 2021.
then? And would you go at different times, or did a routine develop?
A routine developed. I like to try to go at the same times if I can, and I would go during my hour-long lunch.
So you would leave, you would work and then go. When did you start getting and going early in the morning?
I did that. I had a couple of stints where I tried going in the mornings and then would flip back. But I really started going in the mornings. We went to marriage counseling in 2024, somewhere around June, I believe. And this was one of the things that we talked about. And so one of the things that the marriage counselor got us to kind of come together on was my gym stuff. And so we both agreed that it would be really good to make sure my gym time fit in the mornings at 6 a.m., which didn't really affect things at the time because, not that part, but whenever I was going at lunch, we had Bryce in daycare. So it was helpful for weekends and stuff like that. But that was the point where I went fully with before they were awake and before work. And then I did do both lifting and cardio, like a stair climber, and I would go during my lunch breaks for that.
But was that always a source of controversy with her that you
It was, but she definitely did express a desire. She was supportive. I think there, may have been a limit as far as like, or not really a limit to supportiveness, but just in general, I think that it was a benefit to be able to move that to somewhere that would, net us more time, have me not leaving to go do that, and so I don't know that she was necessarily displeased, at least not, where that she had expressed that to me so directly.
But again, you would try to work that out to where your child was still asleep.
Yes,
wife was
ma'am.
still asleep.
Yes, ma'am. And we did.
And so, again, y'all both were working, had to dedicate time during the workday, and y'all put Bryce in daycare.
Yes, ma'am.
And did he flourish there? Was it a good situation?
Yes, ma'am, it was. It's a good daycare.
Okay, where does he go?
He goes to Walnut Street Church of Christ.
And again, that's the routine that he's developed.
Yes, ma'am.
And have y'all continued that throughout
We did until I realized, like, so as he got older, his needs changed versus having, just a baby or an infant that's in diapers. And so I realized that I could keep him home with me while that I worked my first part of my shift and get to spend more time with him because of the way that my job has the flexibility to do that and also provide direct care for him during that time. And it netted me more time with him, and then also so that I could maintain his routines. Whenever I got off, I put him down for his nap that was at the same time that daycare usually naps the kids.
How long did you do that?
I've done that since last June. I still do that today.
Still do it today. So when he's with you, he does not go to daycare.
That's correct.
So you're right now getting him on Friday at 3 o'clock and keeping him until Tuesday at 7 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And you agreed, instead of him staying with you, to carry him back to daycare. Why?
I wasn't keeping him home at the time, and I didn't know that was an option. Her parenting time began, and I thought that I had to adhere to that at 7 a.m.
Well, did she pick him up at 7 a.m. at the daycare? Did she go on to work on Tuesdays?
To my knowledge, she went on to work.
Whether it's at home or whether it's at Brentwood?
Correct.
Okay. But you had the availability to keep him, but you were not allowed.
Correct.
And so you keep him at home on the alternate Tuesdays.
Yes, ma'am, I
Keep him till
do.
6. He doesn't go, so he's only going every other week to daycare on Tuesdays.
Yes, ma'am.
But you would be able during the week to keep him at home
I would love to.
on your whole, anytime you had him, if you had him a whole week, he wouldn't go to daycare your week at all, would he?
No, ma'am.
Judge, I've let it go on.
I'll
just for
rephrase, I do, I'm trying to move
simplicity,
through, I apologize. What would your plan be? I didn't mean to steal your thunder, Judge, I'm sorry, but I knew I
That's
was
all right.
leading, so I self-corrected, sorry about that. What would your plan be for Bryce?
My plan would be to continue doing as I'm doing now and keep him home with me. With the exception, we just enrolled him with their preschool program. And so that would be, I believe we signed him up for Tuesdays and Thursdays. And so I would take him and then go pick him up when preschool is over.
And Walnut Street is it a full-day daycare or is it a half a day? I mean, a preschool? Is it,
It's a half a day.
and when you say we enrolled him, you and your ex-wife,
Yes, ma'am.
were y'all able to discuss it and come to an agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me what that discussion was. He's going to be 4 in September.
Yes, ma'am.
So he's right at that cutoff age of whether he'll start school next year or not.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So did y'all have discussion about getting him into a preschool? For what reason?
I think it was just the benefit of any educational things that I think that it would be good for him because he's learned a lot from daycare and the socialization of with the other kids and things. And so I think we didn't. It was. I think we both knew that we wanted him to be enrolled in the preschool program, and it's also a faith-based program, so that he would be learning about Jesus and that type of thing. So
y'all were able to discuss that and come up with an agreement?
yes, ma'am.
So again, your work schedule seems consistent. And again, how do you want, during the course that y'all, before the separation and even doing, let's talk about Bryce's day-to-day things.
Okay.
When y'all were together, before you left the marital residence, how did you said you did a lot of things jointly. Did y'all go, was Bryce a well child?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, he just had.
Well, when you say well child, what does that mean?
He doesn't have any chronic medical conditions, does he? Or
He
does
doesn't have chronic medical conditions, but he got sick a lot because he was in daycare from the beginning. So
other than normal respiratory issues, flus, croup, cough, things like that, he's a well child. He
Oh,
doesn't
yes,
have any
ma'am.
type of significant disabilities, correct?
correct.
But during the course, he would get sick and have to go to well child checkups, get shots, things like that. How did y'all deal with that?
So the well child visits, those we always went together. I believe that both of us attended every single one of them prior to the separation. For the sick part, he would not be eligible to go to daycare, especially if he ran a fever. He would also be ineligible for the following day. And so I handled a large portion of the whenever keeping him home because I have more work flexibility and I was given a more generous amount of paid time off to be able to care for him.
And again, that's not because either one of you had the ability, didn't want to do it. You just had the flexibility with your job.
That is correct. She also did care for him when he was sick too.
Right. And again, but given the fact y'all didn't have to affect yourself financially, did you?
Correct. Oh, wait, yeah.
Was that ever a source of controversy or was that just agreed between y'all? Hey, you've got more time off, you take it.
It was just agreed.
Okay. What about other things as far as Bryce? Did y'all delegate responsibilities? I mean, who cooked for him?
Neither of us really cooked for him. I would feed him in the afternoons whenever I was picking him up. I would go and get him, his favorite thing is cheese sticks and cheesy tots from Sonic. So I would, once I found something he liked, I would get him dinner there. And then we would she would pack his breakfast that he went with, which was typically just a pack of blueberry muffins. Mm-hmm. But we'd I don't think we did much actual cooking for him.
Okay. But you both were able to do that. Who did the grocery shopping?
I She did a lot of his grocery shopping. I was trying to think. It took me a second, but I also offered to pick up not only groceries for him but also for her, because I was more on a set routine of, like, I had a specific grocery day where I picked things up. So there were times where that if he needed more muffins or more milk or something like that, that I grabbed those things for him.
Neither one of y'all said that's your responsibility, go do it. I'm refusing to go do that.
No.
Who did the laundry?
I typically did all of the laundry.
And again, just day-to-day cleaning up the house, making sure that Bryce's room was clean, he had clean sheets on his bed, things like that. Who did that?
That was typically fell to me, but she did it sometimes.
And again, she had to leave the house to go to work more than you did.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're there and able just to do it because you're home.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, managing money, making sure that the bills were paid. Who was responsible for making sure that Bryce's daycare was paid?
That was me.
Okay. Did y'all routine paying the mortgage, the utilities, things like that? Who did that?
I paid for everything except for the car insurance that came out of her account, and every month she would just send me just a lump sum of, like, some bill money to go towards it.
So y'all didn't ever commingle your assets, your finances, did you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You paid certain bills out of your account, she paid out of her account.
Yes, ma'am.
And out of your account, what was coming out of your account?
All the utilities, the mortgage, my car payment, the subscription services, phone bill, TV, internet. I'm trying to think. Gym membership. We had a shared gym membership.
Did she ever go to the gym?
Some, a handful of times.
And then what was out of her income?
She paid for her car note, and she paid for the car insurance for both of our vehicles, and then she sent me $905 per month to go towards the rest of the bills.
Okay. And you do make more money than she does, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you on a salary?
Yes, ma'am. I don't have the exact number, but I believe it is 145,000 and some change. Yes, I did get a raise. It was in March 15th. Yes, ma'am.
We did this previously, so you've had a little bit of an increase since then, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you were making 145,000 and some change, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And from that, do you pay, you have health insurance for you and Bryce?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're currently covering your wife also? You have a family plan, or you're just employee child?
Just employee child.
And has that always been the case?
Yes, ma'am.
And she has health insurance on her own?
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
You agree that you're going to continue to keep health insurance on Bryce, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it good coverage?
It is great coverage.
Okay. And you have no problem doing that, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, there was a court order stating that you were not to have your child around your girlfriend, and have you complied with that?
Completely.
And has she now relocated here?
She has.
When did she move here?
Approximately October 21st of 2025.
And so, again, it was stated in opening argument that every chance you would get, you'd dump your kid and run off to have sex with your girlfriend. Is that true?
That is not true.
Said that you left your child at the left and went to satisfy your carnal desires when your child was in the hospital. Was that a true statement?
That was not true.
Let's talk about what was untrue about
Would you like me to,
that? Yeah.
the whole timeline? Bryce was dropped off to daycare. I believe that was around March 18th
Of 2020.
of 2025. So this was last year. He was dropped off at about 8 a.m.
Before y'all went to court.
This was before court. Yes, ma'am. Yes, this was before court. He was dropped off at 8 a.m. The daycare worker,
Who dropped him off?
Kayla, dropped him off. It was at that point in time we were executing it was 3443 parenting plan, and it was her parenting time, and she dropped him off at 8 a.m. And the daycare worker, her name was Dalen Tinsley, messaged us on Brightwheel. We have an app that daycare communicates with both of us. She messaged at about 10:01 that he had 104-degree fever. And Kayla called me and asked me if I could go and pick him up. And I wasn't supposed to get him back until 5. And so I went and picked him up and got him home and got him Tylenol to try and get his fever down and trying to assess whether or not he needed to go to the doctor. I was able to control his fever for the next day, but then he woke up the following day and he still had a fever. I have great insurance, and $35 to be able to make sure that he's okay is a pretty easy decision to make. I took him to DMA South, where he was tested for flu, strep, and COVID. I believe this was the 19th. He tested negative for all of them. I took him home, continued medication. They didn't give him any prescription. We woke up the next day. It was around 4 p.m. I noticed a lump on his neck, and I wasn't very comfortable with his fever remaining. And so I took him back to DMA South. They tested him again, and I wanted the lump on his neck evaluated. And at that point, he tested positive for strep. The doctor recommended that I take him to the Vanderbilt pediatric ER. So I left immediately, drove to my apartment, grabbed the minimal amount of stuff that I needed for him to be able to, bottle a diaper bag, and drove straight to Vanderbilt. Called Kayla on the way and told her what was happening, and she said she would meet me up there. She met me up there. They tested, did test an MRI on his neck to see there was a concern that if it grew, it would close his airways. And we were there all night until about 3:30 a.m. 3:30 a.m. on Saturday. This was Saturday morning. Her parenting time was about to begin later that day, and she requested that she take him home to her house, to the marital home, so that he could rest because we had all been up all night. And so it was at that point that I agreed that was in his best interest to let him go with her so he could rest. And so he did. And it was after that we had an exchange, and it was my non-parenting time that I did fly to Washington.
He had gotten through, he had strep,
He had strep.
evaluated at 2 different hospitals.
Yes, ma'am.
You went to Vanderbilt, he was evaluated.
Yes, ma'am.
Did they give him medication?
They did.
And send him home?
Yes, they did. And I think the medication, they may have given him the first dose. And Kayla contacted me later that day asking for me to go pick up the medication for Bryce and bring it to her house. And so I coordinated with my mom to go, and she picked up the medication and brought it to her.
So what was stated to the court is that you left when your child and went to Washington State with your child in the hospital overnight.
Mm-hmm.
Has there, during your course of this child's life, the 3.5 years that he's been alive, did that ever occur?
That never occurred.
Would you know why your now ex-wife would have told her attorney that you did that?
I don't know.
But it was a blatant misstatement, an untruth.
That's correct.
Did you, during this period of time, did you keep her in, you know, I take it y'all were communicating back and forth?
We were.
She had finished her 3 days and said he was, and had dropped him off at daycare.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you weren't to get him until that afternoon.
That's correct.
Because your schedule, were you able to pick him up and her not have to come back in from Brentwood
The Tuesday when he had the fever,
when he had the fever?
my schedule had not changed at that point, but I was off that day.
Okay. And again, do you believe by the phone call that she trusted you to care for y'all's child?
Objection. It's leading.
Why would she have called you and rather than getting up and leaving the work to come to tend to the child?
Because she trusted me to pick up and care for the child as I have anytime that he's sick.
And you did that.
I did.
And did you keep her informed of all the things that were going on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you carried him to DMA South the next morning, did you let her know?
Yes, ma'am. I believe. We've had a good history of maintaining good communication when it comes to anything related to him being sick. So I believe that would fit with what we normally do.
And carried him home. This was, and then do you remember, was this your 3-day or your 4-day period? Because you would have picked him up Tuesday at 3 and you said she was getting back on Saturday.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right? So it'd been Tuesday night to Wednesday night to Thursday night to Friday, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night. So this would have been your 4-day period.
That's correct.
Okay. And during that 4 days, did she call and check on him and you call and let her know how your son was doing?
Yes, ma'am. I believe we were in communication the entire
Was there
time.
ever a request made from her to say, hey, I want to come lay eyes on my child to make sure he's okay?
She did not.
Has there ever been any articulation from her? Did she ever gripe or say anything about the care you gave him during that period of time?
No, I don't. I don't recall there being a gripe because I took him to walk-in clinic visits as well as drove him to the ER.
Okay. And do you know, you contacted her on the way to the ER?
I did.
Vanderbilt. Did y'all make decisions together there?
Yes.
And do you know what time y'all got discharged from Vanderbilt Children's Pediatric?
Around 3:30 a.m. Saturday morning.
That's Friday, early for Saturday, going into Saturday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And had you already arranged to go out of town?
I had that afternoon, but upon her asking to take Bryce and her taking him home, and that's whenever I changed my flight to be earlier in the day because I was already in Nashville.
So you just left early?
Yes.
Okay. Did you check on your son while you were in Washington?
Yes.
Did you hide the fact that you were going to Washington from your wife? Did she know?
I believe at that point it was expected because she knew that I was traveling to see Ashley. So I don't think that was at that point a surprise.
Were you ever told, if what Ms. Duke's statement was true, were you ever told that she carried him back to the hospital on Saturday after you left and he spent the night in the hospital?
No, ma'am.
Is that the first time you've heard that she spent the night in the hospital with your child without you even knowing it when Ms. Duke said it just a minute ago?
That is the first time I've heard that.
I will correct my statement. Perhaps I did misstate one fact in that he left the hospital early, not that she was overnight. I will correct that.
All right, been a correction to the opening statement.
Okay, well, again, I did want to make sure there was some night that you didn't know your child was in the hospital.
That is on me, not on my client.
Okay. So did you leave the hospital early and leave your child there before he got discharged?
No, ma'am. I actually drove Kayla and Bryce to their vehicle in my vehicle because she had to park, I believe, further away, and we actually had trouble finding the car.
So again, you did not leave the hospital early. It was just,
No, ma'am.
y'all all left early in the morning.
Yes, and I believe that we met at a gas station because she needed gas, and it was 3:30 a.m. in the morning in Nashville, and she was afraid to pump gas by herself with the child. So I believe that I followed her to the gas station and waited for them to pump gas.
Well, again, this I may not need to bring it up, but did you get out of your car and pump her gas for her?
I don't recall, but I certainly hope that I would have done that.
I do too. So then after that, did y'all continue, that was been in, you said that was in March,
Yes, ma'am.
then y'all went to court in April.
That's correct.
And have there been any instances that you know of that there has been things going on since then that y'all haven't been able to articulate and make joint decisions?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about those.
The first one that comes to mind is he had a routine flu shot for his well child visit in September. We typically get the flu shot every year at that specific well child visit. She refused the vaccine when we were there. And we tried to discuss it before going in there. And she said that she was the primary residential parent and that she was the one that was to make the final call. And so she didn't decline that vaccine that we had traditionally gotten. And so she said that I could take him on my parenting home, which I did and completed that on October the 6th. There was a slight delay because he was sick and you can't get him vaccinated while he was sick. So that's one instance.
Has she become an anti-vaxxer for some reason?
No, ma'am. She supported getting the vaccine. She didn't want it to affect his birthday party that she had scheduled for the next day.
Okay. So it wasn't some anti-vax and conspiracy issue. It was just, does he typically have a reaction in the past?
No, ma'am.
Has there been a reaction? Some kids get a vaccine and they kind of get fevery and things afterwards.
He might be a little more tired than normal. But when I got him the vaccine, I didn't, in October, I didn't notice any issues at that point.
But he was going to a well child visit.
He was, yes, his yearly.
And do you know whether your insurance pays for vaccines? Some do, some don't.
I believe it does, yes.
And did y'all have a discussion there in the doctor's office, or was it before?
It was before we went in. It was inside of the doctor's office in the waiting room.
Okay. And she just said, we're not getting it today,
She did,
but you can carry him back and get it.
yes.
That resulted in, was there an additional copay that then had to be paid?
I believe that one was also free.
Okay, so you didn't have, it wasn't any additional expense.
No, ma'am.
But you were was there any indication on that she wanted to be present during this vaccine, or were you just allowed to do that as she articulated her being primary?
I was just allowed to do that. She articulated that it was fine.
There's some, and then have there been other issues that have come up?
Yes.
Let's talk about those.
Related to,
Y'all not being able, again, y'all talked about, you kind of shared this parenting responsibility, y'all were able to talk and get along. And I asked you, were there issues particularly where y'all disagreed and could not come up with an agreement?
right. We had issues whenever it came to signing him up for T-ball this year.
Would this been the first year that he would really be old enough to participate in extracurricular activities?
That is correct.
Did y'all discuss it?
We did.
And tell us about the sum and substance of that discussion.
The T-ball discussion, I said that I wanted to enroll him in Buckner. What did she think? And she stated that that Charlotte was the better option, that it was a better program. a better T-ball program, and she didn't want to enroll him at Dixon. She said she was also open to Burns, I believe, but we couldn't reach an agreement, at which point I think you guys were involved to try to help us get to a resolution.
And what happened?
The deadline to register was almost up, and you advised me to sign him up so that he didn't miss out on playing that season. And I believe he reached out to Hillary, and then I learned sometime later at an exchange that she had also signed him up in Charlotte.
Did he play?
He did.
Where did he play?
He played in both leagues.
Did y'all both participate in both leagues?
We did.
Seemed to enjoy it?
He did.
Now, she was living at the time where?
She was living in the marital residence,
Which is where?
which is about a quarter mile away from Buckner Park.
It's in the plate, what was the street name?
Country Club Drive.
Country Club Drive. I think that's near where Miss Duke lives.
It could be. Does she live across the street?
Judge, if we could not post on where I live.
We're not going to
thank
post any
you.
addresses.
See
this pin,
well, it's close to
Jennifer?
mine too. It's close to
Oh.
my house too.
I've got
okay?
Jennifer's address for the record.
It's public knowledge, okay?
You know, there is a, I think now that there's not a posting of public record of lawyers' home addresses now, that's a new thing that that the Bar Association, or, I don't know. I know they don't post judges' addresses anyway. So.
Well, the problem is I was born and raised here, and if you don't know my address, just ask somebody, because I'm either related to them, I've sued them, I've represented them, and they can probably tell you where I am, so. And
Let
this-
the record reflect that I'm okay with everyone having Jennifer's address.
The record will reflect that Ms. Duke is okay with everyone in the world having Ms.
Right.
Roberts' home address.
All right, so again, she lives there right down Old Pond Lane. You cross over Old Pond Road, and Buckner Park is right there.
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'm well aware of the area that we're talking about and how close it is to Buckner Park.
And he goes to daycare in Dixon
He does.
at Walnut Street Church of Christ.
Yes, ma'am.
Does he have a group of little friends?
He does.
And where does his group of little friends play ball?
Unfortunately, they didn't play at either place.
So, again, y'all, he got the benefit of y'all not being able to agree to play two different plays. Was there ever conflict about it?
There was.
What was the conflict?
Initially, it was I wanted to have a discussion with Kayla about that we probably shouldn't take him to 2 T-ball games in one day, that would be a lot for him at 3.5. I think she was initially disappointed, and then we sort of adopted that going forward, that when he was with me, I would take him to Dixon. When he was with her, he would go to Charlotte, unless there wasn't a Dixon game whenever, and vice versa. So if Charlotte would have been available and Dixon didn't have a game and I had him, I would have taken him to Charlotte. She took him to his baseball practices that were in Dixon. And then the conflict happened around snacks, giving him snacks at a T-ball game, where that Kayla sent a message to me prior to a Charlotte game that I was not to bring, me or my parents were not to bring snacks to give to Bryce during the T-ball game. And so I told my parents not to bring snacks, and so we didn't. I didn't respond to that specific message in app close, and so she came over before the game started and confronted me and my family and started telling us that she wanted to lay some ground rules and that we were not to give him any snacks during the game.
What y'all bringing?
Oreos. And we had Cheetos Puffs, but not at that game. That might have been the second or third game.
Well, was it just the nutritional value of those snacks,
No, ma'am.
or the fact that Cheeto dust gets everywhere?
No, ma'am.
What was the issue?
The issue was she felt that was distracting him from playing t-ball, and that it was keeping him from participating.
Would you give him snacks during the game?
She did. In fact, he ate some other kids' Cheetos in the dugout.
So it was just a matter of not bringing snacks, but giving it to him during the game.
I actually, hold on, I may have missed. He ate some other kids' Cheetos. I don't recall if she specifically brought him snacks, but he did have snacks available in his bag. But typically she said that he had already eaten, but I believe that he did have snacks in his bag.
So she asked you not to do something and you didn't do it.
That's correct.
Now, y'all were specific in this temporary order. Neither party shall discuss the divorce with the minor child. Have you followed that?
Can you repeat that question?
The temporary parenting order states,
Yes,
neither party shall discuss the divorce with the minor child. Have you followed that?
I have followed that, yes.
And do you have any reason to believe she hasn't?
Just, can you be specific when you say discussed?
Well, again, y'all video and FaceTime your child.
That's correct.
There's specific provision in the parenting plans that both parties shall have FaceTime and video conferencing calls with the minor child 1 time per day when the child is not in their care or custody. Said FaceTime or video conferencing shall not be on speakerphone and shall only occur with AirPods in and earbuds in while talking to the minor child. Is
Yeah.
that what y'all done?
That is what I've done.
Okay.
I did not witness the several of those provisions being followed
So
on the other
when
side.
you have Bryce,
Yes.
his mother, does she place the call or do you place the call to her?
I place every call, regardless of who has him.
So so when you've got Bryce for your time, 1 time a day, you'll call Miss Kayla.
Yes,
And then, do you let him have a conversation with her?
of course, yes.
Do you interrupt or bring things up when he's talking to her?
No, ma'am.
Is it on speakerphone where you can overhear their conversation?
It is on speakerphone whenever he is with me because he can't wear the AirPods. The AirPods were for when the non-custodial parent is calling in to talk to the child.
Okay,
So it was on speakerphone for that.
okay. So you're just handing him the phone?
I got a tripod and tried to set it up so that it would be easier to manage the call. I was trying to make sure he had a good experience.
And then during your calls with him, when he's with her, what has happened?
A lot. He has gotten exposed to a tremendous amount of conflict on these calls that also included discussions of the marriage being brought up and various things.
Who would bring those discussions up?
She would.
And what would you do would you answer her? Would she question you? Would she just make statements? Tell me what went on.
She would ask questions and make statements, and I did my best to either answer minimally or redirect to Bryce. Redirecting to Bryce was my primary thing to do.
So do you believe that she violated the provisions of that parenting?
Objection to leading.
What?
Sustained, don't leave the witness.
I do believe that she violated.
Let me rephrase
Yeah,
the
sure.
question. Okay. Can you explain to the court what transpired as far as during these video calls with your ex-wife now?
Yes, there was. I believe that she violated the order as is written, and they were interfered with. There was disparagement, inappropriate topics that were brought up, and a lot of conflict that appeared to me to make Bryce want to shy away from the phone in general.
And give me an example of some of those,
An example of him shying away from the phone.
of her comments.
So I think on one call, she was basically saying to Bryce that Daddy left us all the time to go to the gym. There was one call where, in particular, where that she tried to police that I was supposed to be in a separate room that wasn't part of a court order, and I had Bryce engaged with me, which was sort of difficult to do with a 3-year-old, to hold their attention, and I was putting together this little race car, and he was really into it.
Now, was he with her or with you?
He was with her.
Okay, so you're talking to him.
I'm talking to him, and he's watching me put together this race car, and she was she was talking very loudly, very angrily towards me, and I was continuing to ignore it, and I think she reached a breaking point, to which point she grabbed the phone from Bryce, and you can hear Bryce crying in the background that he wanted to see the phone because he wanted to continue watching me play with the car, and she proceeded to give me her thoughts because she pointed the phone directly at herself. And then she ended the call, and then I tried to call back so I could continue talking and to Bryce, and she informed me that she was recording this and sending this to Hillary, and she gave Bryce the phone back, and then we resumed, and then overhead she flipped me off on the camera behind Bryce's back.
Okay, and flipping off means that she extended her index finger in it?
Her middle finger.
Okay. Albeit behind your child's back?
Yes.
And again, there's a provision in your parenting plan that said, contrary to what was stated, both parties shall enjoy the right of first refusal if either parent is unable to care for the minor child for a period of 2 or more hours. You heard an opening statement that she said that you were supposed to do that. That's in fact a joint obligation for both of y'all.
That's correct.
Has there been an occasion that you have not been caring for your child for 2 or more hours?
No, ma'am.
Have there been an occasion that you've asked your parents to keep your child for you to accomplish some task?
That is correct, yes.
And what tasks are those typically?
I would go to the gym. We have sort of a routine every other Sunday that I have him. They come over, they watch him, and I use it not only to go to the gym, but even if I need to go get groceries, or I picked him up his favorite Sonic meal.
And so it's time with his paternal grandparents.
It is.
And what does he call them?
Gammy and Pop Pop.
Have you ever left your child more than 2 hours and not off, period? Have you, since the separation, have you had to be gone more than 2 hours during your parenting time?
No, ma'am. And I've fully complied with the court order.
To your knowledge, has she ever communicated with you that she's going to be gone for more than 2 hours and you need to, and for you to take care of the child?
Yes.
When was that?
It was around November the 4th. He was sick, and she needed to work. And so I offered, which I routinely do, to take care of him. And so I took off work and took him to the doctor, and got his medication from Walmart and took care of him until she was off work.
Then did you turn the medication over to her?
I did.
What did you tell her about the doctor?
I told her how the doctor's visit went, which I actually believe I sent her a message once we got back home to tell her how it went and that he had been given medication.
Now, you are planning on, the house is now sold.
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all divided the proceeds.
Correct.
And you're currently living at the same apartment that you were before.
Correct.
What are your plans as far as housing?
My plans, I've leased a larger rental house so that me and Bryce can have more space. And I intend to move into that rental house.
And where is that?
It is, you want the address? It is 126 Harvest Circle in Dixon, Tennessee. It's right in the heart of Dixon.
Okay. And when do you move it? When will you be relocating and moving in?
I'll actually be relocating starting tomorrow because I like to make sure that I get all my things done for Bryce to come back and spend my time with him. I don't want to be moving. And that was my last.
Is your lease up at your apartment at the end of the month?
Yes, ma'am. June the 1st is the last day. So I have until then if I needed.
But you're going to be in the process of moving.
That's correct.
But again, not a very far distance from where you're living right now.
That's correct.
And the house sold, do you know where your ex-wife went to?
Yes, she moved. It's out past the interstate. I believe it's close to Tidwell Switch. It's like some new road that didn't exist before.
Did she purchase, or to your knowledge, did she purchase a home or is renting?
She purchased.
And so she's already moved and relocated,
She has.
and that's within Dixon County, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, have y'all discussed whether or not Bryce will start school next year?
We have not.
Again, he's right there on the cusp of not being 5 until September 6th. What day?
It'll be 4 on September the 8th this year.
8th. Okay, so September 8th, he'll be 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know where he would be zoned to go to school for you?
I do. He would be zoned to Burns Elementary and Burns Middle, and then Dixon High School.
Okay, that's with your house.
Oh, with me, no, it would be Dixon. Yeah, it'd be Oakmont Elementary, Dixon Middle, and then Dixon High School.
But for her, it would be Burns.
It would be Burns.
But do you either one of you have an intent, to your knowledge, have y'all, either one of you discussed with each other about relocating outside of Dixon County?
No, ma'am.
Do you believe that you want him to be required to attend school here?
I do.
Do you have a preference as to whose home it's going to be zoned for?
I have a preference, but I'm
What
open.
is that preference?
My preference would be Dixon City.
And why is that?
Because this is where that his home has been. This is where both parents have lived. This is where that he goes to daycare and is currently going to enroll to begin preschool this year in Dixon. I have strong family support here, and I intend to maintain Dixon as a resident.
Now, what about your relationship with your girlfriend? Is that something that you plan on maintaining?
Yes, ma'am.
She's relocated here.
She has.
Where is she living?
She actually lives right across the street at 127 Harvest Circle.
Okay. And that's across the street from the house you're moving into.
That is correct.
You understand there's been a provision that again, she was the other woman.
Yes.
And have you subjected your child to her, introduced your child, or done anything as far as the concern?
Not after the temporary parenting plan. He was introduced to her one time. It was actually during the time where that he was sick. She had flown down with me. And so she did meet him in person prior to there being a temporary parenting plan that one time.
Did her children relocate with her?
They did.
And did they enroll in school here?
They did.
And where did they go to school?
They go to school at Oakmont.
Now, your son hasn't met her children, correct?
Correct.
And she's here to testify.
She is.
Do you think there's any provision on why she should not be allowed to be around your child?
No, ma'am.
Now, again, you understand you hurt your wife's feelings.
I do.
You broke her trust.
I did.
Have any excuse to offer for that?
Not an excuse, but it wasn't. I didn't handle that properly. I definitely could have handled things the right way by ending the marriage first before starting a new relationship. And so I think that was a mistake.
Have you made every effort to cooperate in parenting with your child, with your now ex-wife?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe she's done the same for the most part?
For the most part, yes.
And again, why do you think you should be designated as the primary residential parent?
I think that there has been a lot of emotional volatility involved that may have led to, decisions being made that may not best suit Bryce. But also, I think that his center, him not being fragmented across Dixon County, as far as him being in the Dixon school system that is here locally, I think that that would offer him stability and stability long term as far as maintaining the things that he's used to, making sure that he gets that yearly flu shot when we typically do.
And you've done those things.
I have.
All right, that's all. Thank you, sir.
We're going to start and work backwards from where you stopped since it's fresh. The child's best friend at school is currently zoned for Charlotte Elementary. Is that correct? Or do you even know?
The child's best friend,
Yes.
Griffin. Zoned for.
Charlotte Elementary?
I'm not aware of where his parents live.
Okay. And the minor child has two very good friends at school that are zoned for Burns currently, correct?
Can you repeat that question again?
The minor child has two friends at daycare, two really good friends at daycare that are zoned for Burns right now. Is that correct?
I don't know that. Can you, what friends? There's
Yes.
Callahan, I know him. Tinlin? Are those the ones that you were referring to?
Yes. Do you have any knowledge of anyone that is actually zoned for Oakmont?
No.
So the minor child's friends are actually zoned for the school where the mother is residing. Is that correct?
Did you just say his best friend was zoned for Charlotte?
His very best friend, but he's got two other friends zoned for Burns. Is that correct?
I don't know if his other two friends are zoned for Burns.
Okay. Have you never had a play date with them?
No.
Okay. Now, why is it that today is the first day Miss Cuff is hearing about where you're relocating to? Why have you waited to tell her that?
Because I haven't even started relocating my possessions from the apartment to the house yet.
Okay, when did you find this place?
I found it a month ago.
And did it occur to you to have a conversation with her that you thought you might be moving there?
Yes, of course.
Okay, but you didn't do that, did you, sir?
I did not talk to her about the residence yet, based on how our conversation went with her new residence and the timeline in which we exchanged the information about addresses. So I was following that as
She gave you her information, didn't she?
she did. At what point? She gave me her, she did not give me the actual address to the house until I needed to pick him up. And then it was more of directions because the address, she brought it up, but it wasn't until the day that I was going to go pick him up that I learned the location of the address.
She didn't wait until you two were in court to tell you that she was relocating to Burns.
She did not tell me. She didn't tell me she was relocating to Burns.
Now, prior to the T-ball discussion, you two, when you were happily married, had discussions about the minor child playing T-ball in Charlotte with his cousins, correct?
With his cousins,
Yes,
as in they played there.
yes.
Yes, we did discuss Charlotte when we were married.
Okay. And you guys, and that's the reason, it wasn't any big surprise to you that Miss Cuff wanted the minor child to play in Charlotte, and she thought you wanted the child to play in Charlotte also, correct?
I believe that that's what she thought.
Okay. And because your girlfriend's children were playing at Buckner, you wanted your child to play at Buckner, correct?
My girlfriend's children do not play at Buckner.
Okay. Were you just being obstinate then?
Obstinate?
Yeah, were you just being difficult with her and wanting to do something that was out of what you had already discussed?
No, I thought that it was in Bryce's best interest and fit better into his routine that he be enrolled at Buckner because she lived a quarter mile on Country Club. That used to be the old golf course. And his daycare was approximately 1 to 2 miles away. And I thought that since we both lived in Dixon, that that would be a better fit. That at 3 years old, that the quality of the program wouldn't really have an impact because they were mostly just playing in dirt.
And you decided, though, sir, to deviate from what you had previously discussed when you were happily married. Is that correct? Yes or no? And then you can answer.
Can you repeat the question?
You decided to deviate from what you had previously discussed with her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you actually signed without, she's the primary parent right now, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you actually signed this child up without her permission in Dixon. Is that correct?
I signed him up with guidance from Jennifer in order for him to not miss
That
the
wasn't the
deadline.
question. The question was, you signed this child up in Dixon without the agreement of the mother, correct? Yes or no?
That is correct.
Okay. And she came around to the idea after you did that and said, okay, well, I'll do half the time in Charlotte and you do half the time in Dixon, and you guys came to a mutual agreement that that's how it was going to work. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. After you initiated signing the minor child up against the agreement of Miss Cuff, she's the one that made the compromise. Is that fair?
No.
Okay. Regarding the flu shot, you agree, sir, that this minor child had a birthday party in September.
He did.
Okay. And your parents had a birthday party and you helped with that birthday party in September. Is that correct?
I had a birthday party that my parents helped me with.
Okay. And Ms. Cuff tried to have a joint birthday party, didn't she?
She did.
Okay. And you refused to allow her to attend the birthday party that you were throwing. Is that correct? Yes or no first, and then you can explain.
Say that. Can you repeat the question?
You told Ms. Cuff she couldn't attend your child's birthday party that you were throwing for the child.
Yes, I did so because there was continued emotional volatility, and I didn't think that that would be a very good thing for Bryce's birthday party.
Well, let me ask you about this, sir, because you've brought that up a couple of times. You have an extramarital affair for months before you tell your wife, before she finds out from getting phone records. You never actually told her, did you? She found out from phone records. Yes or no?
No.
Okay. And she's not allowed to process her emotions as a result of you walking out on her and on the minor child?
Not to the detriment of Bryce.
Now, when you had your birthday party for the minor child the weekend before Ms. Cuff did, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the minor child was due for his well check and getting a flu shot a few days prior to her birthday party. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And based on previous reactions to flu shots, Ms. Cuff tabled the flu shot for a few days. Is that correct?
Tabled? Yes,
Put it on the back burner.
Sustained, allow him to finish his answer.
He said-
Make sure you answer the question she's asked.
Judge, if I may, he did say, and I don't want the court to think I was interrupting him on purpose, he said tabled in a questioning manner, so I apologize if I was
You thought he
interrupting.
had stopped.
Yeah,
She declined the flu shot while we were there.
okay. And her reasoning was because the child runs a fever after that, and she didn't want the child to run a fever for her birthday party since you wouldn't allow her to participate in your birthday party.
Correct, but a month prior, I reached out to her regarding birthday parties and the proximity of his well child visit in app close, asking if we should move the well child visit in either direction so that there was no interference, and she declined.
And she declined because the closer you can stay to the child's birthday, the more, with the way insurance hits, the better off you are. Well child checkups need to be as close to the birthday as possible. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Because next year, if the well child check is ahead by a day, from a year to a day ahead of time, you don't get covered on insurance for that well child check, correct?
I don't know if that's true, but should there have been any issue with the insurance, I was the person that was paying for it.
Okay, but you understand, sir, that before you can have the next year's well child check, you have to wait 365 days, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you need to keep it for purposes of schooling and everything else as close as you can to the child's birthday. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So are you faulting her for waiting an extra week to get the child's flu shot? Is that what I heard you testify to a few minutes ago?
I'm concerned that we declined a routine flu shot when that has been the status quo for his entire life.
Okay. But you understand that you upset the status quo when you walked out on your marriage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so things like this have to work themselves out, especially when you will not invite her or allow her to attend a child's birthday party on his birthday. Is that fair?
Can you rephrase it? What was the question?
You have to work out these things that are upset by what you have done in this marriage, and you have to adjust schedules and things in order to facilitate what's going on with the child.
I don't think that the affair should impact the routine care that is given to Bryce.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. The entire time you were in the hospital with the minor child, you had your girlfriend in your ear on your AirPod listening to everything that was being said, didn't you?
That is true.
Okay, because she didn't trust you to be in a room by yourself with Miss Kayla Cuff, did she?
That is not true. In fact, Kayla was having me tell things to Ashley during that phone call, and had actually requested that she be able to hold the phone and directly speak to her.
That was after your girlfriend got mad because Kayla was sitting next to you, had moved next to you in the hospital room so the two of you could care for your child. She was jealous, wasn't she? The girlfriend.
She was upset.
She was upset that you were spending time alone with Miss Cuff.
We weren't spending time alone.
I think she referred to it as playing house with Miss Cuff. Do you recall that?
I do not.
Now, you turned around as soon as you were released from the hospital and hopped a flight to Washington. Is that correct?
Yes, I took an earlier flight than the one that I had planned.
Okay. And that was for, from the text messages, it appears that it was a booty call of sorts. Is that fair?
No.
Okay. So you didn't go out there for the purpose of having sex and consummating your relationship with Ashley?
I went there to spend time with Ashley.
And this is at the same time when Miss Cuff is caring for your child that's just been released from the hospital.
Correct. We did the exchange, and so he was in her care, and at that time, That is whenever I left.
And you recall, sir, that you get all the prescriptions from Walmart. Is that fair? You get your prescriptions filled at Walmart for the minor child.
I do, yes.
Okay. And at this time, you took off to Washington and she had a sick child at home and needed your assistance picking up a prescription from Walmart so that she didn't have to walk the child into Walmart. Is that correct? Yeah,
Are you-
yes or no first. She needed your assistance to help pick something up so your child wasn't exposed.
He's assuming facts not in evidence, Ms. Duke. You can ask him whether or not she needed his assistance, but your question assumes the fact that she needed his assistance.
Sure.
I
Did
would
she ask?
sustain the
Sorry.
objection.
Did she ask you to assist her in going to Walmart so that she didn't have to walk your child into Walmart?
She did.
Okay. And where were you when she asked that?
I'm not sure what time that was that she asked, but I believe that I was in Washington.
Okay. And did you have to enlist the services of someone else to get that medication?
Yes, as usual, not as usual, but my parents have been highly involved in caring for Bryce, and that was not a abnormal thing to ask.
Are you aware that your minor child had to have some significant allergy testing?
Yes,
Okay, wherein his back was pricked 22 times and his arm was pricked with another panel of injections?
yes.
Okay, and where were you, sir, when that happened?
I was there in the office if you're referring to the first time he was allergy tested with Kayla with Bryce.
Okay, you've missed an allergy appointment where he had to be pricked, correct?
I did.
Okay, and where were you when that happened?
I don't recall my exact location.
You were in Washington, weren't you, sir?
I don't recall where I was. I was not present.
Okay, how many trips to Washington did you make during this temporary parenting time before Ashley moved to Tennessee?
I don't have an exact count.
Okay, you don't know how many airline tickets you bought?
No, ma'am.
Okay, how long is the flight from here to Washington?
Approximately 5 hours on a nonstop flight.
Okay, and were there multiple times where you had to request a later phone call or FaceTime with your minor child because you were on an airplane when the call was supposed to be placed?
There were times that I coordinated an alternate call time that we both agreed to.
Okay, because Miss Cuff worked with you even though she knew you were on a flight to go see your, is it girlfriend or fiance right now?
Fiance.
Okay, because you were on a flight to see your fiance. She still coordinated with you, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
What if I don't grant it? Well, let's see, I guess you already have a divorce. I was going to say, in other cases in the old days, I could say, well, I may not grant either one of them a divorce. And how do they like that when they get engaged before they're divorced? But apparently their prior order in front of Judge Turnbow actually granted them the divorce. So,
Well, and I will say, Judge, I think we did that for ease of purpose because the wife was purchasing a home and.
I don't care. I just started to make a smart comment and realized that it didn't apply.
It
So,
wasn't going to work.
was it one that I did? I remember that, the judge. Which judge was it? Judge Birch? Judge Wallace? So we're talking about ancient history here back when I was practicing law. So.
I'll entertain it. That's fine.
All right. Sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Previously, you said that, correct. When the child got sick at school and it was reported that he had a 104 temperature, Ms. Cuff called you because she believed you were in Dixon that day, correct?
I don't know where she thought I was.
Did she say, are you in Dixon?
I don't recall the specifics of the conversation.
But presumably, usually you would have been working in Dixon on that day, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she would have been in Brentwood.
Yes.
So she called like any good co-parent should and said, hey, can you pick up the minor child?
Yes.
Okay. But sir, where were you on that date?
I believe I was in Cool Springs.
You're in a hotel with Ashley, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Ashley had come to visit for 3 days. It was March the 18th, March the 19th, and March the 20th. And March the 18th is when the child got sick, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And so your testimony before this court is that you were not with Ashley in Cool Springs when you got the phone call that your child was sick.
I don't believe that was my testimony.
What was your testimony? Just tell me what it was then.
I don't think I was specifically asked if Ashley was with me during that time.
Okay. Ashley was with you, is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. Did it occur to you that maybe your wife would be closer to the minor child when she called you from Brentwood?
I don't know what she.
You agree with me, sir, that Cool Springs is farther out, a little farther out, not much, but a little farther out than Brentwood is from Dixon.
I don't really.
Oh, all right. Well, this court is well aware of the fact that Brentwood is further up the interstate than Cool Springs, but it depends on how you travel. If you go 96, you might be there quicker. So it's a matter of, the point is made, Ms. Duke, that he was with Miss Ashley. Your client was at work,
Yes, Your Honor.
and she called him for assistance, and that's how it happened.
Did it not occur to you to tell your wife that you were in Cool Springs and she might be closer if she'd like to go get him? Did it not occur to you?
I believe that I told her that I would be there in about an hour, roughly.
Okay.
I thought that I communicated the amount of time it would take me to pick him up.
But you don't know, do you, sir?
No,
Okay. And you were with Ashley, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And where were you with Ashley?
In Cool Springs Mall.
And why were you in Cool Springs Mall with Ashley?
I don't recall specifically why.
Okay. Had y'all rented a hotel room for 3 days?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Had you rented a hotel room?
No, ma'am.
So she was staying with you at the house and had planned on being there when your minor son was going to be there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this woman who you started a relationship over the internet with just 1 month prior met your minor child on the 18th or the 19th of March.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Spent the night in the same home with your child. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In retrospect, do you think that was a good idea?
In retrospect, I believe that was rushed.
Do you give your wife any credit for the fact that she was doing what was best for the child by contacting you to see who could get to the child the fastest?
Yes.
Now, when it was determined that the minor child was going to have to be taken from Horizon to, I'm sorry, was the child at Natchez or Horizon?
For the ER, it was Vanderbilt Pediatric ER.
Okay, but prior to that, didn't you have to
DMA South.
DMA South? So when it was determined at DMA South that the minor child needed to be taken to Vanderbilt
Ms. Duke, is that
Children's,
microphone on? Okay.
I'll stay closer to it
That's
if
all
I
right.
need
You don't
to.
have to step closer. We can turn it up the volume a little bit. So
I'm just so loud, I hate speaking into them.
make no comments.
When you left DMA South and you knew that you were going to Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, your first phone call was not to the mother of this minor child, was it?
I don't recall.
Okay, you called your mother, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Okay. In retrospect, should you have called the mother first?
Likely yes.
Okay. So that she could get a head start on getting to Vanderbilt. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't do that you recall, did you, sir?
Like I said, I don't recall in what order.
Okay. And did you let Ashley know also before you let the mother know?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, when you told the court that for a period of a little bit close to a month that you guys exercised a 3-4-4-3 schedule, you told your wife at that time that she would be in legal trouble if she kept the minor child any more than half the time, didn't you?
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Did you say anything to her about her getting in trouble for keeping the child from you?
It's possible.
Okay. And you can agree with me, sir, that you were manipulating her to some degree regarding visitation at that time. Is that fair?
I don't agree with that characterization.
Do you recall sending a text to your girlfriend, now fiance, that you were fucking around with Kayla?
I'd have to see. Do you have the context for the rest of the conversation?
I'll go through the, Judge, I need to go through these in order so Ms.
That's
Roberts
fine.
can keep up with me. I'll get back to that. Now, Ms. Roberts went through a litany of inheritances you've had and things like that that you invested into the marital residence. Is it your testimony that Ms. Cuff didn't invest any time or money or anything into the residences?
She did pay the mortgage, not pay the mortgage, but she sent me a lump sum each month that was her contribution towards the bills.
Okay. And you two had established a home prior to the marital residence you just sold that she had put love and care and everything else into to make it gain value when you sold it. Is that fair?
Is there specifics? If you're talking about cleaning the house, there was one thing that was done where that I saved $4,000 and my parents paid the other $4,000 to enclose the back porch. But other than that, there weren't any upgrades made to the home.
Okay, but she kept the house. She helped decorate the house. She helped do things to that house and you guys made money on that house. Is that fair? The first house you were in?
Yes, we made money on that
Okay.
house.
And that money was reinvested into the marital, the latest of the two marital residences. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's not your testimony today that she didn't have some sort of input with that. She didn't help out with that.
Correct.
Okay. And you cared so much for your family at the time that you had your affair that you pulled $37,000 out of retirement to move into an apartment away from your family. Did you do that?
Yes, I used that money to pay for.
Okay. Did you ask your wife if she had any issue with you pulling $37,000 out of retirement to set up a new residence?
No.
Did it occur to you that maybe you might ought to do that?
In hindsight, yes.
Okay. Okay. And you had already spoken to an attorney at that time about divorce, correct?
I pulled the money out prior to speaking to an attorney.
You agree with me that the regular routine at the house was for the two of you to give the child hugs and kisses at bedtime, and then she stayed, the wife stayed in the room and read books to the child. Is that fair?
No,
Okay. So if she testifies to that, that's not accurate.
no,
She's a good mom, isn't she?
yes,
Now, you agree that when you started having your extramarital affair, that you were going to the gym earlier and earlier in the morning, sometimes leaving at 3 a.m. and 4 a.m.
yes,
Okay. And that was time that you had taken away from the wife, is that correct? Time you had taken away from the child, I'm sorry.
I don't believe that that's true, at least for the week. It may have been for the weekend, those 2 days.
And she made sure that the minor child was up and awake and doing well.
Yes,
And during that time, even during days when you were available to keep the child still went to childcare, is that correct?
days, yes,
Okay. And up and until this divorce petition was filed, or the complaint for divorce was filed, the child attended daycare regardless of your two work schedules, didn't he?
yes.
And he likes daycare, doesn't he?
He likes daycare, but every time I go to take him to daycare, such as this morning, he asks to go back home.
Okay. Is it fair to say that that is good, the structure and the time that he is at daycare and the structure of daycare has been good for your child?
Yes, it's benefited him.
Okay. And it's benefited him socially, hasn't it?
It has.
Being the only child at home, he doesn't have siblings to help regulate, does he?
No,
Okay. Once this complaint for divorce was filed, you decided that he didn't need to go to daycare on your time, correct?
yes,
Okay. Was that by design so that you could try to sway this court to allow you to have more time with the child?
no, that was his needs changed as he got older, as well as my work schedule changed to allow me to be able to provide that direct care. And so I chose to do that.
But that's not something you chose to do or tried to rework your schedule before this complaint was ever filed.
His needs were different at that point in time. As he got older, it's easier to manage than, an infant, for example.
Jennifer, I don't know. It's just front and back on it. When you were cheating with Ashley on your wife and your wife didn't yet know, were you making plans already for how you were going to try to get custody of the minor child with Ashley?
Making plans. I was seeking 50-50 custody.
Okay. But were you making plans with Ashley that you were going to coordinate, and I didn't state this clearly enough, so I apologize, that you were going to wait to go see her until you had a custody order in place?
I don't understand.
Okay, were you calculated in how you were handling your relationship with Ashley and trying to figure out how you were going to do custody or visitation of your child?
I think we established the visitation. That was the 3443, and then the temporary parenting plan. We have what we have currently.
Do you recall her asking you, back to my point of once the convo has happened, you won't have to explain why you aren't going to be home at a certain time. You don't have to explain why you aren't home. She said that was redundant, multitasking, sorry. And you say 100% we could do weekends. You could do weekends with her is what you were saying. Is that correct? You want me to show it to you?
Sure.
Judge, may I approach since
You
we're
may.
sharing? And we could.
And I'm gonna. I understand my.
Text messages between two other individuals and another individual?
Other individual, not between these two.
Okay.
Section is its own. That's what she's eliciting. Actually, made comments. Statements on.
Ashley's statement admitted.
Not just a question. Funding.
Sexualizing.
And that's what I'm objecting to. That's the hearing.
Well, I am going to overrule the objection and allow it to be introduced. I will consider only his responses to in that regard, any statement that Ashley has made in the statements or in these text messages will not be considered by the court for the truth of the matter, but will be considered only in the light of the discussion they're having and his responses. I think Ms. Duke is entitled to show if she's attempting to, what his attitude was regarding the custody arrangements prior to the filing of the divorce. But again, these parties have now in a divorce. Both of them wanted to be divorced. They are now divorced. We're thrashing around quite a bit about stuff that's not going to help this court in making the decision, but I'm going to overrule the objection and allow it. So.
The inference that Ms. Duke is drawing from the conversation is plotting and doing discussion made about what's going to happen. I don't think that I just want to caution about making the question. I have an objection how she's phrasing it. Reading what somebody else says and phrasing the question.
Ms. Duke, Ms. Roberts is objecting to you inferring something in the question. The court has done this long enough that I think I can read between the lines regarding your line of questioning and her objection. I'm allowing it in because I think it does tell the whole story to have the entirety of the text messages come in. I am not willing to accept any inference. I will draw my own inferences from what is said.
Back in February of 2025, you tell Miss Ashley, what did you say her last name was?
Jody.
Okay. And you told her, once I'm at my parents' house with a temporary custody order, I'll start catching flights.
Yes, I think what that meant was that I would be able to fly to see her on non-parenting time.
Or when your parents were home, correct?
That's not what I meant by that statement.
I'd ask Mark that.
Will it be marked as Exhibit 1?
Yeah, I could do a collective exhibit if that's easier, Judge.
All right. Are you going to introduce a series of text
Yes.
messages?
Yes.
All right. Then we'll mark them as collective Exhibit 1.
Yeah, do you want me to have him circle what we were talking about? What? What he's reading is all I'm asking.
What he's reading is all I'm considering.
Well, may I have a sidebar with Miss Roberts real quick?
You may. We're approaching the noon hour, and by the way, and I have apparently I'm going to have to meet with Captain Martin from the jail at 1:15, so I just wanted to let you guys know that. So. I won't be. It'll probably be more like 1:30 before I can start back. But I'm just making you aware of that so that we can break at as close to noon as possible so that I can take care of this meeting. You can go do what you need to and resume at 1:30. What happened to the other case that you had? All right. So do you want to keep talking or do you want to break for lunch now? Doesn't matter to me. I'm not cutting you off.
Probably, if she's got more to go through with this. Now.
All right. I am all for that. We will stand in recess until 1:30 because of that meeting I have. So, all right.
We are, Judge. I'm
Mr.
getting
Cuff,
Miss
I would
Roberts.
remind you that you are under oath. Just have a seat. I think I told our clerk 1:30, so she's not back in here, but we'll go on without her.
I'm getting Miss Roberts' text together, Judge. Try to condense it down. Mr. Cuff, Mother's Day was this past weekend. What did you do to make sure that the minor child had what he needed for Mother's Day?
Wasn't this past weekend, was it? Unless I'm badly mistaken.
Weekend before last.
Yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun, Judge. What did you do to make sure the child celebrated the mother?
I didn't do anything with Bryce with that regard. He did make something at daycare that he gave to his mother.
You've heard your fiance say things to you about hurting Miss Cuff before, haven't you?
Hurting Miss Cuff?
Hurting Miss Cuff, yes.
No.
Okay, did y'all have a conversation about a gun?
I believe you're referring to some text messages about an insensitive joke regarding Miss Cuff and the gun safety course that she took. and her being a bad shot or something like that. It was not any kind of threat and was in a private conversation.
Okay, was it after she had said that she would kill her before Miss Cuff could kill her?
I'd have to see the rest of the context of the conversation.
You two have engaged, you and your fiance have engaged on multiple occasions speaking negatively about Miss Cuff, haven't you?
We've had some private moments of frustration,
Okay.
but nothing directly said.
Well, and your minor child has been present for some of those conversations, correct?
Not correct.
Okay. And the minor child sees how you treat the mother, is that fair?
I treat her with respect.
Okay. Can you agree with me that you've not always been respectful since the two of you have separated?
I disagree with that.
Okay. Well, was there, I'll get to that in just a second, Judge. There have been multiple occasions wherein you've allowed your fiance to be on the phone calls between you and Miss Cuff, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what purpose does that serve, sir?
At the time, I believe you're talking about prior to the temporary, it was to help me if there was anything that was said, because there was a lot going on. Again, it was a emotionally volatile point in time where a lot of things were being said, and I was trying to focus on executing the call with my son and enjoying him having an enjoyable call. And so I wasn't so much focused on all the other things that were occurring on the call.
Okay, but there were phone calls between you and your wife wherein, or your now ex-wife, wherein you had your fiance now be a part of that phone call because your fiance didn't want you to have conversations with Miss Cuff by yourself, did she?
That's not true.
Okay, well, why did she have to be a part of the conversations, all of the conversations?
She wasn't a part of all of the conversations.
Does she know she wasn't a part of all the conversations? Your fiance?
Does she know? Yeah.
Do you have conversations with your fiance wherein you were trying to deceive your wife about where you were and when you were back in February of 2025?
Yes, that was the point of separation.
Okay. In particular, you were trying to think of how you were going to leave your wife and your son and go undetected to go see her. Is that correct?
Which conversation?
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
Absolutely. I'm trying to think of the best approach I could say. I have to be in office and could be there by 7 a.m.
Down here?
She doesn't leave until 7:15. So if I'm work from home, then I'd have to wait until she's out of Dixon and then leave.
And on this date, your wife was taking care of the child. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe so. I believe this was a work day where he would have been at daycare.
It was the very first class. And there were front side and back side. Careful. So she would have taken the child to daycare, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so she was caring for the child.
Yes, these never materialized.
I'd submit that.
These are going to be collected, right?
shortly after you left, FaceTime you, is that correct? Shortly after you left the marital residence?
Which one are you referring to?
Right here. This cup.
Yes.
And your child's wanting to FaceTime you, is that correct?
I don't see where you're referencing the FaceTime call that he wants to
Or
FaceTime.
she wanted to call you? The child wanted to call you?
Where is it?
Down in here, and then you say, what is your response?
Can you point me to where that we're talking about the call? I'm not seeing that, ma'am.
Call you before bed and tell you good night. You see that?
Oh,
And what was your response?
that I can't answer because I'm on a plane. You want me to read line by line?
What was your response to your fiance about the request for your son to call you? Starts with the word shit.
That was shit. I feel like she's using him to do this to me, and I can't answer because I'm on a plane.
Okay. Where were you on a plane to, sir?
Washington.
Asked you to call his mother, would you think that respectful or accurate that to think that you were child?
I'm not understanding what you're asking me.
Now, you thought Miss Cuff was using the child to call you.
Yes.
Would you think that if you reached out to her and she wasn't available, do you think it would be reasonable for her to think that you were using
No, I don't think that she would. I mean, I feel like I'm speculating on what she would think.
Start right here.
She's called me twice and FaceTime 3 times. Apparently you. I'm just reading my messages. Yep, she's using the one thing that she can to try to force me to respond or answer. Oh, I'm fine with that part because I didn't get to spend some time with him, but I'm worried about her using this against me somehow.
So,
Or because I did get to spend some time with him.
so at the time, you were answering, you were on a plane to Washington, and your only concern was that she might try to use it against you in court.
Was that, I don't know that I read that the same way that you did.
Okay, well, tell me how you read it.
May I see it again?
She will try to use this against me. What does that mean? Does it mean what I said it meant?
I think this doesn't. So can you ask your question again? I think I understand now.
You were concerned that she was going to use it against you in court because you couldn't answer because you were on a plane to Washington, correct?
Was that part of the same conversation, like the same thread,
Yes.
same date? Yes.
Okay. And when you were in the hospital with the minor child, do you agree with me, sir, that you considered
The marriage?
you considered leaving the hospital multiple times?
I'm not sure. All I know is that I stayed there the entire time until Bryce was discharged.
Okay, well, this might refresh your memory. Right here. In context, was your fiance upset with you about that?
Was she upset?
Yeah, was your fiance upset with you being in the hospital?
I believe she was upset. It looks like about the subject that was being discussed.
What was your response, sir?
How can I make it better? I won't sit beside her. I want out of this.
I want out of this, so you wanted out of the hospital.
I wouldn't say that I wanted out of the hospital. It was the context here is that this was a highly emotional part where that it was a fresh. I had just left, and it was a very, I would say, awkward. She was asking me a lot of questions in front of Bryce about me leaving, and that was uncomfortable.
In the meantime, you're texting with your girlfriend, and your girlfriend's in your earbud hearing everything.
It was until we ended the call. Yes, I think if I leave, she's going to use it against me.
So the only reason you didn't leave the hospital on that day is
That is not correct. I would not have left my child in the hospital. I have been with him. He has had other issues where that he went to the ER another time for he had turned blue at daycare, and I was the one that picked him up and took him to the ER. I would never leave him behind like that in an emergency situation or any situation.
Okay. And during this same time frame, she could be in your ear, is that correct?
Honor, I know your ongoing ruling last time was considering what. Statements that are all out of court statements.
Nothing I've said has been with the girlfriend.
Well, I reiterate my ruling that at this point, I am allowing these messages to come in as exhibits because I'm considering his statements in those messages and not the statements of the girlfriend. So I have understood that, as Ms. Duke said, she is simply asking him what he said.
That's accurate. What did you tell her?
We can text and you can be in my ear. Will that work?
Were you trying to appease her?
Yes. Are you asking during the same time period?
Yes, while you're sitting there in the hospital on March 21st, your fiance while your child is in the hospital.
I believe that's on her side, is it not? And that looks like the towel from my bathroom. That was a FaceTime call with her, but I don't think that that is the date that I was.
Same time? I'll take that one out, Jennifer. At one point while you were in the hospital,
Yes, that, I can only imagine that must have been after we discussed that Bryce would be going home with her.
okay,
But otherwise, I did have plans to leave that night.
okay. If you would, please hand that to Ms. Collins. And one of your last statements were, I let her take him, meaning your child, if I let her take him, I could literally leave this morning.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you recall what you told her about if you didn't get visitation with your child at that first hearing?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember telling her that you would move there
That I would move where?
to Washington?
I do not.
Okay.
I said, I wish I could move there or you move here. Correct. Yes, of course, Bryce. My family is here.
And what did you say regarding what you would do?
I said, hang on, I need to read the thing for context. I said, yeah, I know. Honestly, we could just fly back and let my parents watch the kids.
And that takes you out of the equation, is that correct? Your parents watching the kids?
I believe that was referring to possibly a date night because we only have one kid, so that would have been referring to all three of the kids.
And there was one occasion wherein you planted your Jeep at your parents' house and took their vehicle to the airport to keep Ms. Cuff from knowing you were leaving to go to the airport. Is that correct?
My parents would give me their Jeep and then wash mine for me. They washed my vehicle and they've washed hers before too.
Okay. But in your text messages, you disclose why you're doing that. You agree with me? So that
Oh,
you would go undetected
That she would drive by and see my Jeep.
at your parents' house?
Wait, that my Jeep would be at my parents' house?
Yes. Or I'm sorry, your Jeep would be at the house, at your house.
At least until the point that they were going to take it over there.
Was there another occasion when Ms. Cuff tried to FaceTime you and you were on a flight?
I,
After
I'm not sure.
After you left your Jeep there?
I'm not sure. Where would you like me to start? At the top? Yes, I had to get right with my parents. They backed off, let me drive their Jeep, so mine is sitting there. When Kayla comes, my mom unprompted asked if there was any way you would go on the cruise in May and we could go together. They actually think the world of you. She said you were really nice.
Okay. And then on that next page, after you had already left and your child was still with your parents, what did you tell the girlfriend?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Already left. What did you say on the next page?
Yeah.
Kayla just tried to FaceTime me.
Yes.
Okay. And down at the bottom, what did you say?
I said, do I lie and say I'm there?
Okay. And did you lie and say that you were with Bryce at your apartment?
Yes.
When in fact you weren't. You chose.
That is correct.
About subject matter, about what was going on. Is that fair to say, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have a text conversation with her wherein you copied that text conversation, sent it to your girlfriend, and said, I'm fucking with Kayla?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, why would you do that when this is the mother of your child?
I believe at the time that I was frustrated with the way that I was being talked to. It was not.
And at one point in time, you reconciled and said, it sounds like I'm not getting 50-50.
Um, I think at that point in time, do you have the date on this? This was all prior to the
It was
the
prior
court,
to I
the
agree. It was
temporary.
prior to April the 2nd. This is around March the 27th.
March the 27th.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what I was referring to.
You weren't referring to custody?
Oh, no, I was, that is referring to custody.
Looks like I'm not about to get 50-50. And then what does it say down below that?
Read it verbatim.
Yes.
That's a good question. It sounds like I'm about to get fucked a little bit.
Okay. If you'll submit that to Ms. Collins, please. Or do you allow your child to
No, ma'am. When you say co-sleep, are you referring to, my understanding is that that is sleeping with your child in the bed at night?
Is that child sleeping on your chest?
On the couch, yes.
Okay. Have you allowed your child to sleep on your chest on the couch?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, is that Ashley's child on your chest in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. I'd submit that as as part of this. After court on April the 2nd, did you contact your fiance to tell her how it went?
I believe I did.
Okay. And did you tell her that you got that you agreed on something with Ms. Cuff?
I don't recall the conversation. Is sure.
Read this first one.
Okay. I love you so much. I'm still reading, but I'm out of court and it's over with.
Okay. And then what did you say?
I agreed on something. I haven't figured out if I'm excited or not, but we're going to get a longer stretch together, and we're going to have to be married.
And so on this date, you didn't know if you were excited or not, but you were excited because you were going to get a longer stretch of time with Ashley. Is that correct?
Excited to get a longer stretch with Ashley.
Yes.
Sure.
Sorry. Then you tell your fiance that you got a 60-40 schedule, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you tell her I won't be there this weekend, correct? With a sad face?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you have a crying face. And what do you ask her?
Should I hop on a flight tonight?
Those, no. Is it fair to say that Ms. Cuff has done her best to keep you informed of things going on with the child?
For the most part, there were a couple of things.
Name one.
Shortly after him being released from the ER for carbon monoxide exposure, she didn't inform me that there was supposed to be a follow-up visit with his pediatrician as soon as possible until I was able to get my own copy from the ER of the discharge instructions and realized that he needed to go. And I did the follow-up myself.
Are you saying that she was neglectful in some way?
I'm just saying she didn't follow the discharge instructions or provide me with the details that kept me up to date on what needed to happen.
Were you there at the hospital with her?
No,
Okay, so she had taken care of getting the child. Where were you?
I was in Washington.
Oh, okay. So that was it was a hospital visit where you couldn't be there.
During my non-parenting time, I was in Washington, and she had accidentally locked him in the garage with the car running for
Okay.
10 minutes.
He fell asleep in the car, is that right?
I don't know if he was asleep or awake.
Okay. And she didn't actually lock the garage. It was an issue with that garage door is sensitive. Is that correct?
No,
Y'all have had issues with that garage door before.
there were issues, but that was not the cause of the garage being closed.
Okay. And did she act promptly and make sure you knew that it had happened?
I believe my mom called me first to tell me
To tell you about what?
what was that he had been locked in the garage.
Okay. Is that because she called your mom for help to somebody come down there to help her get him out?
Yes,
Okay. And in your mind, did she handle that appropriately to get it done?
yes,
Okay. But you were in Washington and could not tend to your child.
during my non-parenting time, yes, I was in Washington.
Now, you agree with me, sir, at times, even after you guys came to court, she would ask you about the child's day and ask for details about the child, and all you would generally respond was, he's fine. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, when you say details, like, are you saying I didn't answer her specific question?
Yes, all you would say is, he's fine.
I think that I addressed, if she asked for a detail, I don't think I withheld that information from her.
Okay? This is on the 8th.
Hey, could you at least let me know how he's doing? It's really hurtful that you don't want to tell me anything. I'm a good person. I'm not crazy, even though you like to think that. I'm a worried mother. As I know, you know, after being with me for 12 years, I don't have a lot of trust in others to take care of my son. So when he's not with me, I just need more updates and reassurance. You know this about me. Can you please just work with me on that and understand it's not about you, it's about him?
Okay, and what was your response?
I said that he was fine.
Okay, that's the next part of the cumulative exhibit, Judge. Now, prior to the hearing on April the 2nd, 2025, the two of you had agreed that the minor child would go to an Easter egg hunt with the mother. Is that correct?
I think, wait, an Easter egg hunt?
Yes. Would do Easter with the mother.
In the parenting plan that we had informally agreed to prior to the temporary being adopted, we had tentatively said that he could go with her on Easter.
Okay. And when you didn't get what you wanted in court that day, or what you allegedly didn't want, you informed her that you would be exercising the Easter holiday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did the child have to miss out on what the child usually does for Easter?
No, he did not.
Did the child miss out on an Easter egg hunt with the mother's family?
Yes, he missed out with the mother's family, but we did an Easter egg hunt at my parents' house.
Is there any reason why the child couldn't have just gone to that Easter egg hunt and come back to you?
We haven't celebrated Easter with my family since we had been together. With it falling on my parenting time, I wanted to get to
Okay,
celebrate.
that's kind of my point. Traditionally, you guys had never celebrated Easter with your family, and it was more traditional to celebrate with hers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the child had always attended the Easter egg hunt with her family. Is there any reason why she couldn't have had 2 hours for that child to exercise that Easter egg hunt?
I don't know that 2 hours was the request.
On April the 14th, ask you.
How was Bryce this morning?
Okay, did you respond?
No.
Okay, when did she follow up?
At 5:55 p.m.
So some 8 hours later, she asks you what?
Wait, I'm sorry, what was the question?
What did she follow up and ask you at 5:55 after you had not responded?
She said, "How is Bryce?"
And what was your response?
He's eating. You want your call at when he's in the bath, probably about 6:30 or before.
Okay. If you'll hand that to Ms. Collins. Can you agree with me that that's how these conversations with Ms. Cuff went for some time?
Sometime. I think that shortly after, probably midsummer, I got better at responding and giving updates anytime that she asks. I think sometimes that yeah, I miss the fact that I get a notification. So messages that they go unread. I also try to provide pictures when he's with me on my parenting time so that she can stay connected with what he's doing.
Okay. So on April the 15th, later, you don't apologize for missing the notification. You don't do anything like that. Were you intentionally ignoring it? Pardon me.
I'm not sure what I was doing at this time.
Okay, but you agree with me, sir, that you didn't respond and it took her 2 times asking you?
Yes.
Okay. If you'll just submit that to Ms. Collins. The exact same thing to her.
Yes, I believe these are all within the same time frame for which this is something that isn't happening.
If you'll hand that to Judge, if I may have a moment.
You may.
You pay daycare right now, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's $910 a month, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what portion of insurance is for the child, do you know?
I believe it is $364.
Okay, is that for you and the child or just the child?
That is just the child.
If I may have a moment.
All right.
How many times have you rented a hotel room? Fiancé?
I don't know that I've personally rented the hotel room.
Has she rented them for you?
Yes.
Okay, have you helped pay for them?
I don't think so.
Okay, how many hotel rooms have y'all been in together?
I don't know an exact amount.
Okay. Has the minor child ever been in one of those hotel rooms?
He is not.
Ms. Roberts?
And I questioned you, and Ms. Duke had every right to cross-examine you. You had an affair on your wife.
That's correct.
You continue that relationship now.
Yes, ma'am.
Your girlfriend is now turned into your fiance?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your girlfriend married at the time that your relationship started?
She was.
Is she a jealous individual?
Not generally.
Okay. Well, some of these text messages that they've done, what business of it is yours, of your girlfriend is if you're having conversations with the mother of your child?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever tell her and say it's none of your business? You know I'm married, you know I have a child? Did you ever tell Miss Ashley that?
No, I did not say that to her.
Why?
I don't have a good answer for that. I just didn't.
You left to go be with her when it wasn't your parenting time, correct?
I did that on 2 occasions prior to the temporary parenting plan, and since that moment, that has not happened. Aside from them, the Gammy and Pop Pop, and me running errands
Okay.
within the first right of refusal.
So all of these things about when you flew out and you did this, and there's a lot of conversation that's gone on direct examination. On how many occasions have you flown to Washington State since you started a relationship with Ashley?
I don't have a count for that.
Did you go every weekend, every other weekend that you didn't have your child?
I did. I went every week until she moved here.
And when did she move here?
October 21st, I believe.
You developed a relationship with her children.
I did.
Do you want her to develop a relationship with your child?
I do.
Are you capable of setting boundaries and saying that your relationship with your ex-wife is really none of her business?
Absolutely.
Obviously, she has trust issues with you. Ashley.
Yeah.
But do you also understand that she cheated on her husband?
Yes.
Do you have the same trust issues with her?
Not now.
Okay. Are you going to allow this lady's trust issues to interfere with your parenting of your child?
No, I have not.
Was there discussion about you ever leaving and moving away and leaving your child here?
Not leaving my child here. There was a discussion about who would live with who, but ultimately it was the only option was for her to move here.
Who is your priority?
Bryce.
Has that ever changed?
That has not changed.
What allergy testing did you miss?
I missed one allergy testing. I believe it was possibly the second round. Again, it was during a period of time where it didn't feel like we could be in the same room and that be a good environment for Bryce.
Okay. But you left to go to Washington.
Yes.
Now, tell me about this carbon monoxide issue.
I got a call from my mom frantically on July the 4th, where Kayla had called her very emotionally disturbed, like upset, and Bryce was locked in the garage in his car seat, strapped in his car seat. It was a large vehicle. She had a Jeep Wagoneer inside of the garage, and she was locked out of the house, and she couldn't gain access to the house or the garage, and the garage door had closed. The thing was, essentially, we had it set up to where the garage door would automatically close every night at 8 a.m. And basically, the garbage can was at the road, and Kayla left Bryce in the car with it running, strapped in his car seat, and walked to go get the trash can from the road and bring it in. When she got to the end of the road, she didn't realize what time it was, and the garage door automatically closed, locking him inside. She was not able to get the front door unlocked, so she called my mom, who then called me while she ran to a neighbor's house that was an ex-firefighter from California, and he came over and was able to gain access through the back door and get to Bryce and get him out of the car. And then after that, she called me and was she was very upset. I think she had my parents take him for a moment to ride him on the golf cart while that she had emotionally calmed down. And then I had a discussion with her on the phone where she was reluctant to want to take him to the ER. She said it was fine, and I urged her to take him to the ER. And she did, and they called me, she called me on the phone while they were there, and then the rest I already talked about with the testimony with the discharge instructions and such. But yes, he got locked in the garage.
And that happened this past in July 4th in 2025?
Correct.
And do you think she did it on purpose?
Of course not.
It scared her, didn't it?
It scared both of us.
Well, where were you?
I was in Washington.
Okay. But have you ever used that event that she caused that could have resulted in the death of your child as anything against her?
No,
Would you even consider doing it?
no,
It was an accident, wasn't it?
it was.
But yet, because you didn't go to an allergy testing, you're less of a parent than she is.
I don't believe that's true.
And because you've gone on with your life and found somebody else in your life.
Yes.
And you didn't run back into court and seek some emergency custody because she could have killed your child, did you?
I did not.
You think it reflects badly on her as a parent?
I think that it's representative of how fast that a child's life can be taken. And it's a scary moment, but I don't think that that means that she's a bad mother.
And y'all continued this schedule, correct?
Yes.
I believe that's all.
Thank you.
Ms. Duke?
You agree that she didn't choose to lock your child in the garage door, did she?
She did not know.
Okay. But you chose to go outside your marriage and spend time away from the home, correct?
Yes, I had an affair.
And she repeatedly asked you to help her get that app on your phone so she could control the garage, correct?
No.
And you guys never got it installed on her phone in order for her to have the app to open it?
Are you talking about prior to me leaving?
Yes.
Oh, I don't recall if it's possible that we talked about getting it installed, but it wasn't a priority until.
And you set up that garage where that it would close at 8 p.m., didn't you, sir?
Yes.
And then you walked out on your wife and were not living in the marital residence of your own behest, setting up your own apartment, and left her to have to deal with that if it ever did get shut. Yes or no?
That I left, that the garage door still closed at 8 p.m.?
Yes.
Yes.
And she had no control over that, did she, sir? I
mean, technically, yes.
How did she have control over it, sir?
She could reset the garage door opener.
Did you ever show her how to do that?
No, I would have to look it up myself.
Mr. Cuff, your
Yes, sir.
wife's a fairly young woman by my standards. Both of you are young. I fully expect that she's probably going to meet someone and she may end up in a relationship with another man. What I want to ask you is, how are you going to feel when that new man in her life starts telling her how to control your son and how to interact with you? In other words, do the same thing that Ashley's doing in this situation. If the new man comes in, you're going to like that?
No, sir.
You wouldn't, would you?
No, sir.
All right. You understand that you and your wife are the parents of this child.
Yes, sir.
Ashley has no say in this. You understand that? And I'll tell her that if she comes in here to testify. But this is a decision that I don't care if you marry her. The decisions that are to be made between you and the mother of this child. And that's not to say you can't have people in your family who will contribute and discuss it with you. But as far as telling you what to do or whatever, or conspiring with you to do something that, the way it makes it almost appear here, you understand that Ashley's out of it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. And you wouldn't like it if she had some man telling her what to do about, and keeping you away from your child, for example. You wouldn't like that, would you?
I would not.
All right. Step down. And by the way, you can get a keypad put on the outside of your door like I have in my house, and all you can do is put a code in there and it'll open the door to prevent this kind of thing from happening with your, in the future. Did they sell the house?
I did, they sold the house, and again, I could just ask him one question.
Just have a seat. She's going to ask you a question. Let's get it on the record.
I don't know. The battery, I believe, was taken out of it, but I don't know why. It did have a keypad. For the garage door? Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes, I think we both would have had to read the instructions. Yes. Yes. No, she did not ask me to do that.
Sir, she asked you to help her download that app, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't do that, did you, sir?
Help her?
Download the app, correct?
Yes, we never downloaded the app.
Okay, that's all.
Well, hold on. I do need to correct that. After the incident, we downloaded the app and she got signed in with no issue. It took 10 minutes.
You finally transferred ownership to her, correct?
No, I did not.
That's all, Judge.
How do you download an app?
Go to the App Store and search for, I think it was MyQ was the name of the app, and just download it. Hidden.
You know why she needed help to go to the app, to open up a cell phone and to go to an app store?
I don't think downloading the app was a priority at the time.
Okay.
Just wanted it.
And exactly, she could have done it. She could have changed it, done anything. It was a mistake. It was a tragic accident, wasn't it?
That's correct.
And you have you blamed her for it?
No.
But now it seems like she's blaming you.
Yes.
She just believes you're a terrible human being.
Yes.
But do you have concerns that a woman that can't even open her cell phone and open an app has the capability of caring for a child?
I don't have concerns about her caring for a child, I guess, but I guess I feel like she could have probably downloaded the app.
But she wants I'll stop there. Thank you, sir.
Told you she couldn't get it connected. Is that correct? The app was downloaded, but she couldn't get it connected to the Wi-Fi at your house. Is that correct?
The Wi-Fi should have been connected through the phone.
That's all.
Thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, Ms. Duke and I discussed this prior to the break. Do you want to go and hear from the parties first?
Might as well, I guess. That's usually the way it works out.
Yes.
So. Ms. Cuff will need to come forward and be sworn. And if you'll face the clerk and raise your right hand to be placed under oath.
If you would, please state your name for the record.
Kayla Michelle Cuff.
And Ms. Cuff, where are you currently residing?
I'm living at 508 Mandalorian Way in Dixon.
And is that a new house for you?
It is.
When did you move?
April 20th.
And you purchased that home?
I did.
And who resides there with you?
Just me and Bryce.
And has he adjusted well to that home?
He has.
Okay. What school are you currently zoned for where you are?
Stuart Burns Elementary, Burns Middle School.
And prior to the divorce, did Mr. Cuff ever have any issue with Burns?
No, I don't think we ever really discussed it at all, but we were fine. We knew that Burns is a great school system. My nephew goes there.
Okay. So this child has friends at daycare, is that correct?
That's right.
And you know these children.
Yes.
And where are some of his good friends zoned to go?
Burns Elementary, or Stuart Burns Elementary.
Now, in fairness, his best friend, where is the best friend zoned?
Charlotte.
Okay. Nobody lives in Charlotte, though, is that right?
That's right.
Did it surprise you that Mr. Cuff didn't know that two of the best friends, or two of the really good friends, were zoned for Burns?
Not really. He didn't really have a relationship with their parents like I do. So I've taken Bryce to extracurriculars with those kids and their parents.
And have you made sure that he sees those children outside of daycare?
Yes, we go to exchange birthday party visits and things.
Okay. Who usually does the birthday parties when Bryce has birthday parties to go to?
Most of the time they follow my parenting time, so I take him. If it's, like his birthday parties, we invite his friends. It just depends. Last year, Matt had him for his birthday weekend, but.
Okay. Tell the court a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I had tried to have a joint birthday party last year. I was hoping, as a mom, you never want to miss those moments. His birthday fell on Matt's parenting day, so I did miss out on that. That was hard. First birthday that I've missed since he's been born, but I tried to see if we could do a joint birthday party, just so I didn't have to miss that moment, in either of us and our families. His response to that was he's not open to doing a joint birthday party unless Ashley's allowed to be there. And there was a court order that said Ashley could not be around, so he refused the joint birthday party and wouldn't let me show up.
Okay, so Ashley was the issue,
That was the
not you.
stipulation.
You heard him earlier say that it was the tension between the two of you, but his explanation to you was that it was Ashley.
I think he cited that he was worried about how we would all get along, and my family has been very nice to him and treated him very well during this process. So there was none of that on our end, but his biggest reason was maybe next year when Ashley's allowed to be around Bryce, we can talk about it again.
Okay. Now, you've seen all the text messages between Mr. Cuff and Ashley. At this point in time, are you ready for that to be water under the bridge?
I'm ready to be able to move on with my life, and it's to have the stress of that behind me. I think there's a big burden with that, but I am a little concerned about the environment that my child will be raised in, with the volatility of their relationship. I am very concerned about the household dynamics that he's going to be in when he's not with me.
Okay. Did it come to your attention that Ashley always had to be in the middle of your
And again,
conversation?
Your Honor, I'm going to object just to the leading.
Sustained, don't lead the witness.
I won't. Tell the court what your concerns were.
Some of the things that just with Ashley just being involved in every decision it felt like we made, she had to be involved in those things. She was on our calls, it felt like we could never co-parent and make any decisions on our own without her being involved and telling him what to say and to respond to me every time, but also just the comments that she had made jokingly, as he says, about harming me. That's very concerning. I think my biggest concern is the safety of my child, and that she found her way into my marriage and has disliked me. I've never met her, and has made jokes about harming me, even though she found her way into my marriage. I didn't seek her out. And so I have a hard time feeling like she can put those feelings and hatred for me aside and treat my child fairly when the child is a big sense of the jealousy that she has. He's a big part of, that's something that Matt and I share in common. And I feel like that is our child, and it is hard to feel like she is going to be able to treat my child like she treats her own children, after just
And
seeing the way
again,
that
Your Honor,
she's
I'm going to
treated.
object to as I understand, she's talking about, and I may have, what someone else had told her about how this woman treats her children.
She didn't say anything about that.
I didn't take it that way. I understood her to say that she's basing it upon things that she's understood, that the interference that Miss Ashley has shown and the supposed jokes that have been made about harming her cause her to be concerned about.
I'm sorry, I
whether or
just
not-
heard something, what Matt, I may have misheard that, what
Well,
Matt said.
in any event, I would not consider what she was saying if it was based on someone else's. So.
And do those concerns continue today?
They do.
Okay. Is this she stole Matt, so I'm going to stick it to her and she can't be around my kid scenario?
No, it's not that. It's truly, as a mom, I only want what's best for my son, and I truly do feel like that is not a good home environment for him to be raised in.
Okay. And how long after Mr. Cuff told you he was having conversations with her did Mr. Cuff introduce the minor child to Ashley?
So I had to find out on my own that there was an affair when he left me. He just told me he wasn't in love with me, and left me to find out about the affair on my own 2 weeks after he left when I discovered that, so about mid-March. And then as he testified earlier, March 18th was whenever he introduced Ashley to Bryce. So I wasn't made aware of that until after the fact. I actually found out the night that we were in the hospital. That's when he disclosed to me that Ashley's already met Bryce. So all of that happened without my knowledge, and I had to find out after the fact.
Okay. And since April the 2nd, have you determined that your minor child has some familiarity with her children?
He has. I didn't even know her children's name until the discovery process. I had no idea of any of that, and he had come home talking about her boy Jojo. He had named Jojo specifically, and I did ask at the time because I didn't know who that was. I said, "Who is Jojo?" And he started crying and said, "I don't want to talk about Jojo. I don't want to talk about Jojo." And so
And again, Your Honor, the inference, I'm not going to object, again, the child saying they've met the child, anything, but anything further than that, making, crying and things like that, it's hearsay, and I would object to that. I mean, the child said the child's name, I'm not objecting to that, but anything, the dramatization of her child, I do object to.
And the dramatization of Bryce is what
Yes.
you're referring to?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, again, anything that the child said is hearsay. If it's not, and again, I wasn't going to object until the fact that she started dramatizing some conversation she had with the child.
I can ask it in a different way. I can ask that.
Well, re-ask the question. It strikes me that any witness can testify about what they observed.
That's what I was.
Interpreting that as having some sort of psychological or, it would seem to me would not be appropriate, but I think she can testify about what she observed about the child. So.
Was the child upset when he realized he told you who JoJo was?
Yes.
Does that give you cause for concern about conversations between Mr. Cuff and the child?
It does.
What are you currently earning at Medify?
Salaried position, it's about 81,000 a year.
Okay, and is that a little bit higher than it was when we did our discovery?
A little bit. I just had a slight raise in March.
Okay, and when Mr. Cuff testified about daycare and about the insurance, do you have any problem giving him credit for that? It is what it is on child support.
Right, no problem with that.
When the two of you resided in your first home together, did you make improvements to that property that would ultimately help sell that property?
I would say, I mean, we didn't, as he said earlier, we didn't do a lot of like, upgrades or anything to it. We did fence in our back patio area, but yeah, it just in terms of, we both maintained the home, kept it clean. That way it wasn't ran down whenever we sold it. I would say yes in that regard.
Okay. And when he insisted that only his side of the family had, or he was the only financially contributing person to the home initially, were those monies gifted to the both of you?
They were.
Okay. So it wasn't his financial contribution, it was the both of you.
That's right. As far as I remember, the gift check said Matthew and Kayla Cuff, and it was a gift.
Now, initially, when you were doing the 4-3-3-4 schedule for like 30 days, however long, how long was that you were doing that?
It was, I mean, I guess so he left February 23rd of 2025. And so we did that until April 2nd, until we had our temporary parenting plan.
Can you tell this court what Mr. Cuff told you about what you had to do?
Yeah, he told me that it would not be good for me legally, I think were his words. I had no legal ground to stand on to withhold Bryce from him. And that since we were married, he was basically entitled to 50-50 custody, and that there could be legal implications if I didn't agree to that.
Okay. Did he scare you at the time?
It did. I didn't have legal counsel yet, so I'd agreed to that because I didn't want to do anything that would hurt me in the long run with Bryce either.
In the history of this child's life, have you been the primary residential parent?
I have.
Okay. Now, do you agree with me that absent this affair and the implications of Ashley into your marriage and into your parenting, is he a decent dad?
Yeah.
When he was talking about the gym earlier, can you tell the court what time he forfeited with the minor child in order to go to the gym or go on his affair with Miss Ashley?
So when his gym time has kind of changed over the years. So I think he was saying earlier too, he used to go on his lunch breaks, and then, at some point he started getting up and going at 3-4 o'clock in the morning. So later in our marriage, I would say, I'm trying to think, probably 2024 and then early 2025, he really kind of adopted he would go early in the mornings while we were still sleeping most of the time, and be back around the time I needed to leave to take Bryce to daycare and head out for work. And then he would go a second time on lunch breaks or on the weekends. It would be early morning workouts and then at lunchtime still on the weekends. So we would miss that, especially that lunchtime with him. Depends on how long his workout would take in the morning. Sometimes he wouldn't make it back to tell Bryce goodbye for daycare in the mornings, things like that. But it became, he was going just once a day, 3-4 days a week, and then it became twice a day, 7 days a week, because he was going and having the affair and calling her during his gym time. So he would find extra time to leave and go to the gym to continue to have a relation with her without me there.
And during this time period, was he waiving time with the minor child?
He was.
Okay.
More so on the weekends, of course, because he would be at daycare during the day for his lunchtime, but the weekends for sure when we would have time as a family.
Let's go ahead and address the garage door issue real quick. Is that an issue that you had tried to resolve with Mr. Cuff prior to it happening?
It is. So there wasn't, I'm aware of how to download the app. I had the app downloaded. When we were still married, this was a problem. So we moved into our marital home. in July of 2024, and by October of that year, the garage door button was faulty. We contacted the builders. They had to have an electrician. An electrician was supposed to come out, but we had to go through troubleshooting steps with the garage door company before we could have an electrician come out and it be under warranty and all the things. I did ask that he help coordinate the troubleshooting steps with that because he worked from home 5 days a week and I drove to Brentwood. And he never did. He told me that could be my responsibility. So that never got coordinated. And I do understand that I could have done that too on the days that I was home, but it was easier. He's more tech savvy. So I thought maybe we would get further with him doing that. So that was just something that we both kind of neglected getting fixed. So with that, the code on the outside of our garage, that whole system failed. So the code on the outside of the garage would not work. There was no battery removed. It never connected with the internal system inside the garage. So yes, I did. I had the app downloaded. I had asked him, I was having trouble connecting it to the system to where I could control it from my phone. I asked him to help me with that, and instead of helping me, he decided to download on his phone instead. And he created the account and took ownership of that and never gave me backup ownership. So I could not control the garage door from my phone. And then I did not gain access until after that night in the emergency room.
And when he said that you said the child didn't need to go to the emergency room, was the child visibly okay?
He was, and I'm a nurse, and I kind of inspected him after the situation. It was a terrifying situation. I understand that. I have a pulse oximeter at home. I immediately continued to monitor his oxygen levels very closely, his heart rate. I checked his skin, any signs, blueness, anything that would alert me that we're having some respiratory oxygenation issues that I need to address. I would have flown to the emergency room. He was awake, alert, oriented, no confusion, no signs of carbon monoxide poisoning at all. So I was just closely monitoring him. If there had been an issue that he seemed to decline, I would have had no issue taking him.
And during this time period, Mr. Cuff was where?
In Washington.
Now, Mr. Cuff can't tell us really how many trips he took to Washington. Do you happen to know an approximate number?
I couldn't without trying to do some basic math, but it was 1 to 2 times a week, depending on how the weeks fell. On his short weeks, when he only had Bryce for 48 hours, he might fly twice within that week span. And that continued from February to end of October when she moved here. So count that up, 1 to 2 days or 1 to 2 times a week for that many weeks.
For about 6 months, is that right?
Yeah.
52 times?
Probably. And I think only 2 of those times she flew here. So maybe subtract a couple from that.
Did you come to find out that he had gone on trips with her?
I believe they did at one point, yes.
Now, since the entry of the order, during Mr. Cuff's time with the minor child, were you headed to the grocery store on one occasion? And tell the court what you found.
Oh, yes. So it was on a Sunday, I believe, during his parenting time. I was headed to the grocery store, and on my route that way, I passed the gym. And I was going straight across from the gym to Kroger grocery store. And Ashley and Matt were both at the gym that day. Both of their Jeeps were there kind of parked right in front of each other. So it did alert me that my son's not there because gym doesn't offer daycare on Sundays. So my son is with someone else I'm not aware of, and he's at the gym with Ashley.
Okay. And did you happen to go back by after you had been at the grocery store to verify that it was over the 2-hour limit?
I believe I did. I believe I did that day.
You may.
So Matt's Jeep is this gray Jeep Rubicon, and Ashley's is this bright red Jeep Rubicon.
Okay. Judge, I'd submit that as the next marked exhibit. You heard Mr. Cuff's testimony that he has gotten better about discussions with you about how the child is. Is that accurate?
Over these last couple of months, probably, it got a little bit better. It's probably more frequent now, but yes, for the first several months, that was not the case. It has gotten a little better.
Okay. And was it difficult? Did you stay concerned about your child? Tell the court a little bit about what you went through not getting responses from him.
Yeah, it's unnerving as a mother, a parent in general, when you don't have your child for days on end and cannot get any kind of response. But I would every single day that he had Bryce, I would message, "How is Bryce today? Can you tell me about his day?" For weeks, months, probably, I would get no response. He claims he didn't see the notifications, but on App Close, it shows that he opened and read the message and chose to leave me on read. So I could see that he had actually seen it. That did bother me.
I'm gonna object as to the foundation. I don't, what it shows or doesn't show on App Close as far as anybody can open it and read it.
Well, sustained.
Did he respond?
No,
Did he ever complain that there was a lag for him getting notifications?
no,
Did he ever apologize for taking 8 to 9 hours to respond to you?
No.
Did he ever give you any excuse for not responding sooner? Now, on March the 28th, 2025, can you tell the court about that incident? About the Jeep?
yes, so that was a day, so that morning, Bryce went to daycare. And I think, if I'm recalling the day, I think that was the morning that I dropped him off at daycare. That might have been a Friday, don't quote me on that. But I would drop him off at daycare that morning, and then my parenting time would end later, and Matt would pick him up. Daycare had messaged and said he was running a fever, or no, sorry, not running a fever. He had diarrhea that morning, and they said if he has diarrhea again, he's going to have to go home. So Matt ended up saying, "Hey, I'm going to go ahead and pick him up from daycare." And I said, he might have just been a fluke. Why don't you leave him and if he gets sent home with a second bad diaper, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. He decided to go ahead and pick him up anyways and bring him home. Okay, I'm sorry. I just realized as I'm telling this, I misspoke at the beginning. It was not my parenting time when I dropped him off. It was his parenting time when he dropped him off. And so that's why he was able to go get him, pick him up at that time, or else it would have fallen on me. So it was his parenting time. He took him, he picked him back up because he was potentially getting sick. That night we were exchanging. I was going to go pick Bryce up that night from his apartment. And he alerted me that I would be doing the exchange with his mother, who I did not have a good relationship with at the time. And I did not feel comfortable doing that. But he told me he was not going to be present during that exchange, but that he would be there. His mother would just bring him down to the parking lot to meet me. He did end up sending me screenshots of how to get to his apartment. It was the first time that I'd ever been to his apartment. So he sent me a screenshot of the Apple map and drew lines of, here's where you're going to drive, you're going to turn this way, here's where my Jeep is, and sent me a screenshot of his location showing his Jeep was there, and then specific directions. When I got there, his parents' truck was there, the Ford F-150, white Ford F-150, and his Jeep was there. But I had a feeling that he was not really there. I had been asking for updates on Bryce throughout the day, and he would say, oh, he had 4 chicken nuggets and some French fries from McDonald's for lunch. Hey, he just had a pee diaper. Hey, he just had a poop diaper. And that was abnormal for him to give me those kind of updates at the time. So I felt like he wasn't really there. His mother did come out and do the exchange with me, but then I later learned that he was not there. He was in Washington. He had gotten their white Jeep Rubicon and drove it to the airport to park to fly to Ashley's house and leave Bryce with his parents on his parenting time, and planted his gray Jeep Rubicon in the apartment parking lot to trick me and make me think he was still there.
Okay, and is this a copy?
They are.
And, sorry, this is a continuation of that. Did he lie about being there?
He did.
I'm going to go ahead while Ms. Roberts is looking at that. Shortly after the separation, did you have a really good relationship with his mom and dad?
I did.
Okay. And at some point, did you find out that they were, tell the court what happened?
So for about the first 2 to 3 weeks or so, I would say probably 2 weeks after we split up, I was always very close with his parents. They always told me I was the daughter that they never had. He was an only child, and they loved me, and I loved them. After he left me, they were fully supportive of everything. They were trying to help me figure out how to get back on my feet and figure this out and help me with Bryce. They were very angry. Neither of us knew that there was an affair happening. So we were all trying to save the marriage, and they got very angry that he wouldn't answer any of my calls, any of his parents' calls, and talk through what was happening. It happened super abruptly, just overnight. And they were telling me things like, "We don't
Objection to the
care."
hearsay.
Don't say anything that they said, because that is hearsay.
Okay.
But at some point, did the relationship cease?
It did. Within about 2 weeks, there was a complete switch, and then we had no relationship after that.
Okay, and was that your doing or their doing?
So I did say something to them at some point because, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. So they,
Did you come to find out some things had been said?
yes, yes. And I did address that with them and told them that it bothered me to know that they were not telling me the truth about some things. And when I did, they started yelling at me and being hateful to me, and completely cut ties with me after that for standing up for myself.
Okay, and after that incident, did his father do anything regularly?
Yes, so we lived in the same neighborhood as them, as he said. They lived about 5 houses down. His parents would drive by my house regularly and blow on their horn, just lay on their horn every single time they drove by my house. It went on. It was almost every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. They weren't stopping. I don't think it would have bothered me if it felt like maybe they were trying to stop to mend the relationship and see if I would come outside. They weren't. They were just driving by and just blowing their horn off their car. On one occasion, they woke Bryce up from a nap when I was trying to get him to sleep before his friend's birthday party. And I asked multiple times for that behavior to stop, and they told Matt that they had never done that before and that I was lying to him.
Okay, and did it stop after I mentioned it to Ms. Roberts?
It did. Never happened again after that.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object to number one, I don't know how she knows what mine and Ms. Duke's conversation was and what I did and what I didn't, but
Sustain the objection.
I will stipulate I never told them to do it.
It's all together. This is all one. Did it stop after you mentioned it to me as a concern?
It did.
Okay. Now, tell me about that text message. Is that the text message where he left the child here with his parents?
They are. Sorry, I was trying to quickly read through them. Yeah, this is the play-by-play of Bryce's day while he was in Washington pretending to be at his apartment with Bryce.
Okay, Judge, I'd submit that as the next marked exhibit.
Be 3.
Does this go with that as well? This is the
That would
the
be a
location.
cumulative.
All of that goes together. Okay.
Now, when The child was an infant and Mr. Cuff was working out all the time. Were you the sole provider for the minor child overnight?
I was.
Tell the court a little bit about that.
Yeah, so those first several weeks, he had 6 weeks of paternity leave. I had 12 weeks of maternity leave. Those first several weeks, we co-parented, did it all together. I would say not co-parent, we were still together, but we shared responsibilities. We kind of had a nighttime routine. We would both get up in the middle of the night and take care of Bryce. Once he went back from his paternity leave, he was already going to the gym early mornings at that point. So after his 6 weeks paternity leave was up, he told me that he needed me to start taking care of Bryce overnight and doing all of the midnight wake up feeds and changes and all the things because he needed to be able to get a good night's rest because of how early he wakes up for the gym. So he helped for about those first 6 weeks. And then after that, the rest of my maternity leave, plus even when I returned to work, that responsibility was expected to be solely mine. And he never got up in the middle of the night to help with Bryce. And I took all that on.
You took on that responsibility?
Yes.
From 2/14 to the end of March, when your minor child was supposedly spending half the time with Mr. Cuff, minus the exhibits that we've already submitted, is this a copy of all the text messages between Mr. Cuff and his fiancee?
Yes.
Okay. And does this include the phone calls?
No.
Okay. And does this include the time that they spent in one another's presence?
No.
Okay.
Well, Your Honor, again, I object to the form of the question is not proper foundation laid. How does she know unless she was stalking him, which again, maybe that's what it is, but how does Ms. Cuff know when they spent time together and when they were talking and when they were doing it? I mean, I understand Ms. Dukas has said, are these the text messages that we have provided them in discovery between them? But then any inference after that, I object to lack of foundation.
Well, the question was, do those text messages, that bundle of text messages reflect when they were spending time in person? Obviously, it wouldn't. And it's more or less a question that answers itself in the form of the question. So
Well, again, the frame of reference.
I
for the question.
I assume you both understand that some of these questions you're asking are being done for the performance for your client, that they're not beneficial to me. I fully understand that stack of questions does not reflect the time that they spent together or the telephone calls they may have had together. But I understand that may be something you need to establish.
Well, and I'll just tell you, my point in this line of questioning is that it took away from time with the child. It's not for performance per se, but were you concerned about the time he was actually spending with his child?
I was.
Okay. Did Mr. Cuff inform you, did y'all have an agreement about T-ball and where the child would play?
Yeah, when we were married, we kind of just said he would play in Charlotte. That's where my nephews always played, and that's the ball field we were familiar with.
Okay, and right there where you two were living, are you zoned for both ballparks?
Yeah, there's the T-ball fields they don't have like zoning rules necessarily, so you can kind of sign them up wherever, but.
Now, did he, tell me what you found out about T-ball and him signing up the child?
So I found out after the fact that he had signed him up at Buckner Park. He didn't disclose that to me or discuss that with me prior, but I think I recall messages between him and I where we were waiting on you guys to kind of help us mediate that situation a little bit and figure out where to sign him up. I kept asking him. He kept saying, I'm still waiting to hear from Jennifer. I'm still waiting to hear from Jennifer. And so I would ask, hey, any updates so we can get him signed up, because I was also about to miss that Charlotte deadline. And then at one point, he finally said, oh, I had already signed him up at Buckner, without telling me. I thought we were still waiting on an answer from council, but he had already done it.
Okay, and did you do your best to compromise after you learned that?
I did.
Okay, and so tell me what you told him about how the schedule would work.
Yeah, so we came to an agreement that we would, if, well, at first, our agreement was if the games don't interfere with each other, then whoever's parenting time it is, that parent will help coordinate Bryce going to each game. If the games, so for instance, if Matt signed him up for Buckner Park, if a Buckner Park game and a Charlotte game both fell at the same time, he could choose Buckner Park because that's the league he signed him up for, and vice versa. But we had also agreed Charlotte might have a 9 a.m. game and Buckner may not have a game until 11. We could do both if Bryce is filling up for that. Like if he handles that well and if he loves it and wants to do both, that's kind of the agreement we came to at first. And then he backtracked on that right at the time of the season to start and said, I've been thinking about it and I'm not going to allow Bryce to have 2 games in one day. That's too much for him. On my parenting time being his age, that's too much. And I did kind of push back on that a little and just said, well, what if he loves it though? Like I'm not going to force him to do it, but if he loves baseball and he wants to do 2 games in one day, why don't we see how he feels? And he just kind of shut that down and wouldn't.
So he initially agreed and then he retracted it.
That's right.
Okay. Do you know if that was coming from someone else?
I'm not sure.
He didn't say?
He didn't say.
Now, you heard him say that you had some issue with snacks. Can you tell the court exactly what happened?
Yes. So Buckner Park, on Matt's parenting time, I have tried to stay hands off with that and let him have that time with Bryce and be on the field helping kind of coach Bryce. And I'm just on the bleachers watching and cheering for him. I don't get myself involved with that so that Bryce is focused and enjoying his time with his dad. I wasn't given that same respect during my parenting time. The first game that I was out on the field with Bryce in Charlotte on my parenting time, enjoying that time with him, Matt and his parents pulled out a bag of Oreos and called Bryce over to the fence in the middle of a game and were feeding him Oreos through the fence. And after that, Bryce did not want to participate playing baseball with me anymore and kept running off the field saying he wanted to go get more cookies from Daddy. And it felt like it was hindering the time and the experience that I had with him. So I did ask him to, the next time it was on my parenting time in Charlotte, I did send a message the night before and asked, please don't do that anymore. If he's hungry, I keep an abundance of snacks in his bag at any given time. If he's actually hungry, I will feed him. I have those snacks, but it felt like he was being bribed off the field away from me. And I just asked that not continue. And he, like he said earlier, did not respond back to me. So I did ask his parents and him politely at the game that morning. It didn't go the way that he said it did. I asked them politely. The way I approached it was, hey, since we're all here, I just want to be sure that we're all on the same page. I sent Matt a message last night asking that we don't bribe Bryce with snacks during the game. I just want to make sure that we all do that today. Like if we can at all possible agree on that. And his dad stood up and cut me off and yelled at me and told me to get over myself, freaking get over myself in front of my child.
His dad that's here?
Yes, he
Okay.
did. Mhm. I had Bryce on my hip with me and his dad said, oh, freaking get over yourself.
Okay, and would this have been a conversation you would have also had with another parent if you saw that they were feeding snacks through the fence?
Yes,
To the
it
child.
felt like it was taken away from their focus on it. At 3 years old, it's hard to keep them focused enough to begin with. That was detrimental for sure.
So it wasn't you just prodding him or trying to get him upset, it was something you would have done with another child if it had happened?
Objection
Yes.
to the leading.
Sustained, don't lead the witness.
Tell the, after the hospital incident, did the child's medication need to be picked up from Walmart?
It did.
Okay. And tell me what you requested of Mr. Cuff.
I just asked that he would help me with that, just because with Bryce being so sick and all the things that we just went through, the last thing I wanted to do was drive to Walmart and drag him through the store to stand in line. I pick up my prescriptions from CVS, so there's a drive-through. And if there had been a drive-through, I would have had no problem taking him to do that. It was just having to get him out of the car and stand in the long pharmacy line at Walmart that there usually is. So I was trying to avoid dragging my sick child into something like that. So I just asked for some help coordinating it.
And where was he when you asked for that?
I believe on a flight to Washington or already in Washington.
Now, tell me a little bit, you heard him outline kind of what your nights looked like at the house and your days looked like at the house. Can you tell the court about who cared for the child, food, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I did most of the caregiving. After work, Matt usually would pick Bryce up from daycare when we were still together. I would take him to daycare in the mornings, and Matt would usually pick him up in the evenings. And his, providing food for him was usually go get him a Happy Meal or go pick up Sonic for Bryce, or pizza or something. But as far as routine, bath times, I did every bath. He never gave him a bath, not a single time when we were together for the first 2.5 years of Bryce's life. All bath times were on me. The reading the books at nighttime, kind of keeping that bedtime routine, just any needs that he had in general, I did that. I grocery shopped for Bryce and myself. All of that fell on me. Matt just grocery shopped for his own food, and I did everything for Bryce and myself.
Okay. And is this when he was regimented with what he was eating because of his diet and his gym exercise and all that?
That's right, which was the case pretty much since Bryce has been born.
Tell the court a little bit about when you would go to dinner trying to get Mr. Cuff to go with you.
So we had an incident that we kind of had a disagreement over where we wanted to go. It was after a Christmas parade. We wanted to go eat at a Mexican restaurant with my sister and nephew and my sister's fiance. And Matt's words were, because he's on his diet, he's on a very strict meal plan, he wouldn't eat at the restaurant. So he said, that's fine, we can go, but Bryce is going to be your responsibility. So as long as you understand that while you're there. And I agreed to it. We got to the restaurant, and Bryce was, I think he was about 2 years old at the time. So he was having a typical toddler meltdown. So I'm trying to feed myself, feed Bryce. He's throwing food all over the place, trying to pull the plate off the table. So I started getting a little anxious. I needed a little help. So I did ask Matt to help, and he laughed at me in front of my sister and her fiance and said, he's your responsibility, remember? And just sat there to drink his Diet Coke and left me to deal with all of it.
And did you guys have a disagreement as a result of that?
Yes, it was just it was embarrassing, honestly, in front of my family for that. I had not wanted my family to see that side of things. So just, I was embarrassed about it.
The allergy testing appointment that Mr. Cuff missed tell the court a little bit about the invasiveness and what happened at the allergy testing.
Yeah, so Bryce had a potential allergic reaction to a penicillin medication that they wanted to rule out and have some testing done to make sure, because he's sick often. So that's a hard antibiotic to not be able to take. So they sent us for allergy testing. I think he had to have 22 pricks down his back. They did a penicillin test, but they also did several environmental things. That's why there were so many. They did a lump sum panel of all kinds of things. So I think it was 22 pricks in his back, and they're one at a time. It's not like a panel where they can just do them all at once. He had to sit there and have 22 sticks over and over again. I had to hold him because he's not allowed to touch his back to anything while the allergen is setting on his back. So I had to kind of hold him still and keep him contained while he's screaming, crying every time they're pricking him with these needles. We had to sit there for about 30 to 45 minutes after that to let the allergens see if they had any kind of reaction to that. He did. So then he had to turn around and have another panel down the side of his arm, about, I think, 16 more sticks, and those were not they were not just the little pinprick needles that were on his back. They were actual needles, almost like an insulin needle, if you're familiar with that. It was an actual needle under the skin 16 different times, much more invasive that second time around, and very difficult to deal with as a parent and watch. It was hard to watch. He cried a lot.
And where was Mr. Cuff during this time period?
In Washington, and he was aware of the appointment ahead of time and did not come.
And did he follow up with you about how the child did, or what was the result? What was his interest in it?
I think he might have sent one message while we were there and just like asked how things were going. And I sent him, I think I sent him a picture of all the spots on him that we were waiting to come back. And it was really after that, he didn't really check in much, I don't believe.
Did he ever apologize for not being there with you?
No.
Tell the court a little bit, did you provide Mr. Cuff with your new information for the house?
I did. So I showed him pictures of my house ahead of time before I moved into there, probably 2 weeks before, I think it was. I showed him pictures of my house, just kind of where we're going to be living, and I explained to him, like I didn't give him my actual address at the time. I explained to him where, because my address, the only reason I didn't say that is because it's a new construction. The address to this day, a month after I've moved in, doesn't show up on a GPS. It doesn't think it exists. So I told him where I'm going to be and described the location, but I gave him my actual physical address that you still can't find on a GPS the day that he had to come pick up Bryce. But he was aware probably at least 2 weeks in advance whereabout I was living and how to approximately get there.
Okay. Is today the first time you've heard that he's moving?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the court a little bit about your work schedule and how you and Bryce do when you've got the child.
Yeah, so I work Monday through Friday. I'm off every single weekend, but I do work in Brentwood 3 days a week. I work from home on Wednesdays and Fridays. I have a somewhat meeting-heavy schedule, but also I'm in clinical operations, so I have a lot of extra responsibilities, like interviewing people that are trying to apply for our company. So I don't have as much flexibility in my work schedule as he does. So I do have to still take Bryce to daycare on my days that I work from home. Just trying to work from home with meetings and interviews with a toddler does not work well.
Yeah. And on your Wednesdays and Fridays, are you, I mean, if the child needed to stay home, could the child stay home with you?
For sure. Sometimes if I don't have like interviews or something that day, I can make do with my meetings, and I will just tell my boss, like, you're gonna have to forgive me, he's homesick today. I have that kind of flexibility that does happen. There have been a couple of occasions where I knew he's homesick. I think Matt referenced that earlier. He's homesick. I have interviews today. And so I did reach out to him and said, hey, I am really busy with work today. I can't reschedule interviews. He can't go to daycare. Would you want to watch him for me? Or I can get my mom too but it's the right of first refusal. So I figured since he's sick, I probably still should give Matt that opportunity instead of asking my mom to come over and watch him. So I have tried to do that and give him that chance.
Okay, so have you adhered to the 2 hour?
Absolutely.
Okay. Prior to Mr. Cuff stepping out on the marriage, did he allow you to have guy friends?
No.
Tell the court a little bit about that.
Very early on in our relationship, we were both young. We started dating in 2013. I was 18, he was 21. There was a lot of jealousy back when we were that young. So there was kind of this agreement at the time that I wasn't going to have guy friends, not accepting male friend requests on social media. Same went for him. Like, we kind of just mutually, I think that was his idea, but if you're going to have those rules for me, I'm going to say the same thing. So we did that for a while. We didn't delete people on social media, but don't accept new guy friends or anything like that. And I thought that was the case up until he started building his TikTok following and Instagram, social media following with his gym stuff that he was posting. and started adding females, a lot of females on social media at that time.
And did he expect you during this time period not to add any males on yours?
Yeah, I mean, yes, he didn't ever say, hey, you can now. So I, being respectful to my husband, I never did that.
Since since shortly after he got together with Miss Ashley, did you note that he's got the same tattoo as Ashley?
Yes, they got each other's initials on their wrist.
And was he wearing a wedding ring or wedding band at times?
Yes, he frequently has a gold wedding band on his wedding ring finger.
I'm sorry, I sneezed. What were you saying about the initials?
Oh, Matt and Ashley tattooed each other's initials on their wrist. She has an M and he has an A on his wrist.
And was, what did we say?
The gold wedding band. He walks around with a wedding band on usually. He proposed to her, and then after they got engaged, she turned around and bought him a gold wedding band that he wears everywhere now.
Okay. And it's not the wedding band he had when you two were together?
It's not.
Okay. Has he hidden it at times? Have you seen him hide it from you?
He does. At first he used to purposely like keep his hand in his pocket when he would exchange with me and Bryce so that I wouldn't see it. But after I've seen it now, it's just, we don't say anything, but he does take it off in certain scenarios. Like if we're at the doctor together, he won't wear it in, or the dentist or something, he takes it off.
Is there anything else do you want to continue with the schedule that you guys are on right now? Has it worked for your child?
Absolutely. I feel like it's given him a very stable environment, structure. I feel like he's adjusted really, really well to the schedule. And there's been a lot of life changes for Bryce recently with, the divorce, just going between homes. I just had to move to another home because we sold our marital home. Now Matt's going to be moving. There's a lot of disruptions for him at this young of an age. And the most stability and structure that we can keep, continuous is really important.
Okay. And has he done well with this?
Yes, he
Structure.
has.
Are you asking to be made the primary residential parent?
Yes.
Are you asking that you be allowed final say-so in the decision-making?
Yes.
Are you asking that, based on the threats and the issues with Ashley, that she not be around your child for a little while longer?
I think so.
Okay. Are you concerned about where he's moved and why he's moving across the street from her?
That is concerning, that she's going to be directly across the street.
At any point in time prior to today's courthouse, did you know where she lived?
I did not.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell this court?
That I can think of.
I'll pass the witness.
Early on, you reached out and made contact with Miss Ashley, didn't you?
When I found out about the affair, I contacted her to try to figure out if she was the person that was having an affair with my husband. If she had a TikTok or an Instagram account that didn't have her name. So I contacted her because I thought that's who my husband was talking to.
And communicated with her and said, look, want to know what's going on, and she communicated back with you.
At first, she did not. She ignored me for days. And then I think after I found out the phone records, I called her and left her a voicemail. And then that sparked her to start replying to me on Instagram.
Okay. Were her replies, again, we've got those there, but her replies were appropriate? I mean, she didn't threaten you.
No, she said that I was harassing her by trying to ask if she was the other woman that my husband was messing with, and threatened to press harassment charges on me for just asking a question, but that's about it.
And again, you reached out to her husband?
I did. I wanted to make him aware that he was also being cheated on.
Okay. And that's where the harassment came in?
I'm assuming, yes.
And you understand, I think there was conversations back that her husband had decided to lead an alternate lifestyle.
That's
he
what she
decided
told
he was
me.
gay and they were getting out of the marriage because he wanted to explore his lifestyle as being,
The text messages that I have from her husband do not corroborate that at all. He did not say that's the reason for the marriage, but that's what Ashley told me is the
Okay.
reason.
but again, there was no threats. It was, you found out that your husband was cheating on you. She confirmed it,
Yeah.
said she didn't want to cause any problems as far as understood that your child was very responsive and said she had learned Bryce to be a very intelligent, loving, wonderful young man.
Yeah, that was that night in the hospital where she was willing to share information with me because Matt was telling her on the phone that it was okay to tell me the truth.
And for all practical purposes, she did.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, it doesn't match her husband's story, but it's her truth, I guess.
It's her truth. Okay. But you talked about some threat. There was a conversation that alluded in a text message where she and Miss Ashley and Matt were corresponding about some gun course that she took,
That I took.
that you took.
Yes, he was making fun of me for not having very good aim when I took the gun safety course.
And so what threat do you think that she made?
She had made a comment to him in those text messages that something about like if she were they were planning a date at the zoo, and if your wife catches us at the zoo, because I hadn't found out about the affair yet, do you think she would try to hurt me? And he said he did not think that I would do anything like that. And she did make a comment about like, good because she could beat my ass or something like that. She's not intimidated by someone she could knock out or something like that. And had made a joke about, well, if she were to try to hurt me, I would shoot her and I don't miss.
Okay. And she made it, and again, your preference that, what you referenced, excuse me, I can't speak this afternoon. You referenced that she made a joke. That's what your words just were, right?
I used his words. He said
Okay.
it was a joking conversation between the two of them.
Yeah. I often use the word from Gone with the Wind, like Miss Scarlett, I can shoot straight as long as I don't have to shoot too far. So again, you didn't take that as
Not knowing the woman, it was a little unsettling, if I'm being completely honest. At the time, I had found text messages. As we got discovery, I found out that he had given Ashley my home address and a picture of my house. And then I found those jokes about the gun. That is where I was concerned for mine and my son's safety, because there was no reason for her to know my actual home address or a picture of my home.
well, it was his address too.
He wasn't living there yet anymore when
It was his address.
Yes, it was, but I was a single woman living on my own, and she had joked about hurting me, and that made me feel unsafe.
But again, it was referenced, and again, don't mean to belabor the point, as it seems like Ms. Duke and I have belabored everything here today, but again, she was questioning whether she should be scared of you.
Yes, sure, yeah.
And in response, if she comes after me, I can hold my own.
Yes, but yeah,
And
I
if
mean,
she tries to shoot me, I can shoot her.
yes, but I would never
Okay.
joke about shooting someone.
So that's the context of this threat that you've referenced. And again, the threat that you've referenced, again, in your discovery, you talked about the fact that you got angry at one point in time and charged at him while he was sitting on the bed. Your child had flipped off the bed, and that you pretended that you were going to strike him.
I did. That was a low moment in my mental health when we were still married. Yes.
So again, low moment in your mental health when after you had your child and you threatened physical violence against him. Correct?
I did. I was in therapy for that at the time, and I called my doctor the next day and got my anxiety medication increased. I sought the proper ways to deal with that, and I called my therapist and got in the next day to talk about that outburst.
Yet not one time during his testimony did you hear him come up and pull out something and try to make it something that it wasn't, did you? He didn't come up and say, "Oh, I'm concerned that she's a threat to me," did he?
No.
And then you're taking this joke context where they were talking in this conversation that you weren't even a part of and assume that you're scared for your safety.
Because there was a gun involved, yes.
There was a gun involved.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how do we know that your mental health is not going to slip back to where it was when you threatened physical violence against him?
Because I'm on treatment for that, and it's well managed, and I've
What
continued.
treatment are you on?
I'm on a high dose of Zoloft. It's not a high dose. As a nurse, it's not a high dose, but I'm on 150 milligrams of Zoloft I take every single day. My primary care doctor is aware of that, and I have treatment for that. All I have is anxiety. I don't have any crazy mental health disorders. It's generalized anxiety disorder. And I also have been in therapy every 2 weeks to once a month for the last year and a half to just work through all the things that I have been through with the marriage and all of that, just to help my mental health. I'm taking the right, channels to help support that.
And again, you talked about that y'all were together again from you were 18 and he was 21. And y'all were both dating somebody else and cheated on your respective boyfriend, girlfriend with
Back
each other.
then, yes.
With each other.
Yes.
And so that was the connotation that when y'all first got together, you're like, look, we're not gonna give ourselves temptation because we already have established a pattern that we're cheaters.
Sure. Yes, we were. My boyfriend at the time was cheating on me, and instead of ending the relationship, I began a relationship with Matt.
And then he broke your trust,
Yes.
and that hurt you deeply.
Yes.
And you're still dealing with that pain.
I am.
But even through that pain, that he has violated the ultimate trust in doing that, and then didn't tell you until you found out on your own that you've mentioned reference times. He's continued to provide excellent care, as you have, for your son Bryce.
Yes. I just worry about the Bryce being a priority, and that's my only concern.
And you've tried, when you're at work and have one of those days you just can't get away, even though your child is sick, and the last thing you want to do is deal with everybody else. You want to be home with your little boy. You've picked up the phone and called him, and he has been Johnny on this. He's gone and got him, provided care, followed the plan, and you've trusted him to do that.
Yeah, we've done that a couple of times.
Right. And he's gone as far as the time when not the diarrhea incident, but the fever incident. He went and carried him to the doctor, contacted you and let you know he was at DMA. Then when he didn't get any better, carried him back, let you know, and then carried him on to the ER in Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Y'all were there together. It was your time to start. He had been released.
It was, let me correct that, I guess. I don't know that we got into that detail. Matt's parenting time, Bryce got released at 3:30 a.m. on that Saturday. Matt's parenting time wasn't going to end until late that night or Sunday morning. I forget what our agreement was at the time, but it was still his parenting time. But he let me take Bryce home because I'm a nurse and I felt more comfortable observing him overnight. The doctors told us that day that Bryce is certainly not in the clear. Here's all the signs to watch for, and if any of these things happen, he may actually have this retropharyngeal abscess that we scanned for, and we could have just missed it, so bring him back immediately if that were to be the case. So I felt like I wanted to observe and make sure that there was no changes to his health. He felt it was more important to go to Washington and gave up that day with him for me to have him. So it was not my parenting time at the time. He gave up his day.
Well, again, you painstakingly through your turn, we provided all of the information y'all requested in discovery, all of those text messages. And it's evident through those text messages, he said he was planning on coming, but he may have to delay it, didn't he? And that text message that you've introduced into evidence over that event, when he was texting Miss Ashley, he said, look, I'm going to come, but I don't know when it is.
Yeah.
And then you offered to take your child. You're a nurse.
Yeah.
Love your son and make sure nothing's going to happen. And he trusted that. He trusted you, didn't he?
He did. I think the only thing that I would add to that is I understand in that moment that I took him, but as a mother, I wouldn't have flown across the country in case something did go wrong. I'm 5 hours away from my son if there was an emergency at that point. And that's where I have a problem with that. And that concerns me for parental judgment.
That he trusts that you're not going to take, that he would have stayed home because he didn't trust you.
Not that he doesn't trust me, that anything could have gone wrong with Bryce's health, like those doctors said, and we would have had to go back to the emergency room and possibly have emergency surgery. That was what they prepped us for leaving the hospital, that for the next 48 hours, he's still not out of the woods with these concerns.
Now, you talk about that he has missed parenting, that he would go to the gym early in the morning while y'all were still asleep. Were there occasions during this 3.5 years of your child that you've gone and done things for yourself?
Every now and then, rarely, if I'm being completely honest, really.
Well, I noticed, and again, may be petty, but I noticed in some of your pictures and stuff early on in your marriage, looks like you went and had some cosmetic dentistry. You had some braces put on your teeth.
Yes, that was long before Bryce was born.
Right, but again, you were worried about you did that not because of some dental issue, it was a cosmetic issue.
No, my dentist told me I needed braces because I had crowding in my teeth.
And again, looking at the pictures, he was a lot bigger,
Yes.
and he changed his health and kind of obsesses on the gym. And that happened before the child came along.
The obsession got much worse after the child. He wanted to lose weight he wanted to be in a healthier state before we had Bryce, and I wanted him to do that too. That was important to him. And I wanted my son to have a dad that was healthy and would be around for a long time, but the gym obsession started after Bryce came here.
And again, there were things that you did for yourself. You'd go get your hair cut, you would go do things and leave him home with his father, wouldn't you? You had personal time, didn't you?
I might get my hair done like 2 times a year for a
Okay.
couple hours, but yes.
Since your child is born, you've done nothing personally for yourself.
No, I have. I'm just saying it's very, very rare. But yes, no, it wasn't every day like his gym things were. It was rare. There were times where I would have to ask him permission to go take a shower for 15 to 20 minutes and ask him if he can quit doing what he's doing to be able to watch Bryce so that I can take a shower.
You would have to ask him permission to take.
Yes, that's why I didn't do things for myself often, because it would be an argument between us, or if he would basically tell me that I don't understand why you can't wait to take your shower until Bryce is asleep when he's kind of ripped and ran and done his things all day for the gym and meal prepping. And so, yes, it was very difficult to get help. That's why I didn't do many things.
So his testimony that y'all did things together and got Bryce up, put him to bed together, did all that together was just totally false.
No, the bedtime routine was accurate. The only thing that wasn't accurate with that is that I did stay in the room to read Bryce a book. The bedtime routine, we did have that routine every single night. We would both go to his room. He would do hugs and kisses with Daddy. Matt would leave the room, and Bryce would want me to sit on his bed and read him a book every night, and Matt would leave and go ahead and go downstairs and get ready for bed while I did that. That is accurate. That's the only thing that I would say that was a little misrepresented.
Y'all went to typically most of the doctor's appointments that were scheduled.
Yeah.
Y'all went together, made joint decisions about those things.
Yes, ma'am.
If he was sick, y'all did it like normal family, whoever could carry the child.
Yeah. We usually, most sick visits, we both still try to go. We would both still take off work. He may just, if I was in Brentwood, I would leave and travel to Belmead, and
But
he
he
would
would
pick
be-
Bryce up and meet me there, but we
Right.
would both go, yeah.
And he did that willingly, and
Yeah,
both provide, you said y'all, he did some grocery shopping, you did others.
yeah, he grocery shopped for himself, and I grocery shopped for Bryce and I.
Okay, and then he did, as far as the dichotomy of your marriage, he did the bill paying.
Yeah,
And you would, there was a certain amount y'all came up with, agreed for you to contribute for your check,
that's right.
and then you used the rest of your check for food and incidentals.
Yeah, or just anything Bryce needs, yeah.
And that was, and because he was providing gas, water, electricity, the house payment, the insurance, the taxes. He was paying all the uncovered medical expenses. He was doing all of that.
Yes, I did contribute towards our mortgage. It just came out of his bank account,
Well,
but I did send money for
with
that.
your contribution in
Right,
there.
right.
Okay. Did you ever ask, and say, hey, I'm running short, can you give me some money?
I may have a couple of times. There might have been times where I've done that, yeah.
But y'all were pretty good with your money.
Yeah, for the most part, I feel like we were both pretty financially stable.
Mm-hmm. And again, if you would run shorter, Bryce would need something that came out extraordinary, and you would ask, he would always transfer the money and say, here, go do it.
Yeah, I think there might have been a couple of times that ever happened, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, you were going to the grocery store and you just happened to, you were going, I assume you were going to Kroger's. So that's why you would cut through the plaza there and buy Powerhouse where
Yes.
the gym's
I
located.
grocery shop at Kroger for the most part.
Okay, and you just happenstance to go and to spot their cars there on a Sunday.
Yeah, that's where I was headed there and I just drove by and it's pretty not packed on a Sunday for the most part. So it was very easy to spot their cars that day.
And you're alleging that he violated the court order somewhere and was gone for more than 2 hours?
Yeah, I thought he was. By the time that I passed and came back and still saw his car, I thought it was around the 2-hour mark.
Okay.
So I did bring that to Hillary's attention.
And you text him about it,
I think, yeah, I did.
and he
send
told you,
something.
no, that's not true.
Right.
And he even told you that he has Ring, to the point to assuage your concerns. He told you had Ring doorbell cameras that showed when he left and when he came back, didn't he?
He didn't tell me that.
Did you ever video or audio or something this time when his parents supposedly was honking the horn by your house?
I did not, but that's very, respectfully, that's really hard to capture when I never know when they're going to drive by my house. I don't just have my phone on audio recording to hear that at any given time.
And they've denied doing that.
They have, and I've seen them out of my window doing it. That's how I know it was them. My blinds are usually open on my formal dining room, and so I would see them drive by. It was in their white Jeep Rubicon several times, but most of the time would be his dad's Ford F-150, and I witnessed it with my own eyes, which is why I addressed it.
And during the course of y'all's marriage, of course, he was working at home, and unlike when you had to work at home, you were gone 3 days, home 2 days. And when you worked at home, you were very meeting oriented and had to be on screen and do things, right?
Several days or often, yes.
And you heard him testify that he was the one that did most of the housekeeping and the laundry and things like that. Is that
That's right.
And then when he left the house, you're not the best housekeeper in the world, are you?
I mean, sure, not, maybe not. My house stays clean. It's not unsafe for my child, but yes, there's times where the house gets a little out of hand because I'm busy and, yeah.
But yeah, you just made it in your direct examination that you were there, you had to do everything. In fact, if you were there in the price, he was doing the laundry and the dishes and the vacuuming and all of that stuff, wasn't it?
No, he did that. I was talking about, when I said I did everything, I meant caring for Bryce. That's how I understood the questioning from Hillary was, did I care for Bryce? That's what I was answering. So if I misunderstood her question,
Well-
it wasn't about the house, it was about the child.
But again, when you intimated that I was there doing everything at home, the breakup of it was, is if Bryce needed something, you would do it because he was the one that was doing the dishes, the laundry, the vacuum, the dusting, all of that. Isn't that right?
I mean, yes, I did do mine and Bryce's laundry for a while. He, at some point, did start offering to help out with mine and Bryce's laundry, but for a long time, I did mine and Bryce's laundry and he did his, so I would say that's not very accurate, but yes, other than that.
And during the course of the time that you were there together, the house became in a significant disarray.
Yes, I mean,
You had Bryce's
If
clothes
she can
everywhere.
finish, Judge,
Sorry, I thought
I'm
she
sorry.
was.
she wasn't done. If she
Okay,
can finish.
sorry.
no, I was
Oliver,
just.
finish the answer, please.
I was just going to say, yes, I can, agree to that. I would say, the biggest piece is that I'm not shying away from is I had postpartum anxiety back then. And some of that, as you know, as a mother, it takes a long time for some of your hormones to regulate. And I had postpartum anxiety and I never was diagnosed with depression or anything, but that made me, I had very low energy levels. I was sleeping a lot. And so
I'm not trying to stop you, but I was asking when he left the house, during the time that y'all were together,
yes.
you took care of Bryce, he took care of the house.
Okay.
Is that true statement?
like while we were still
When
married.
y'all were together, his responsibility in the household was the laundry, the dish, all of that stuff, right?
Yes, sorry, I understood that. I was trying to get there. I'm sorry.
And then after he moved out, you let the house get in a bad shape, didn't you? As far as maintenance, washing the dishes, putting Bryce's clothes up.
Maybe, I don't recall how bad you're referencing, but
Well,
I
again, you
mean,
recall him coming over to inventory and do things.
yes, and I wouldn't say if the house was in a bad way at that point. I had pulled out a bunch of things. Hillary's aware of that. I had pulled out all kinds of things from our attic and closets and everything that I was trying to help go through. Bryce has toys everywhere. I don't worry about cleaning up all of his toys until he goes back to his dad's house because there's no reason to. He's just going to pull them back out. So that may be what you're referencing.
I'm just looking at a kitchen counter with 7 or 8 cups there, dirty dishes, diapers, pull-ups, all different things. You're not
Dirty.
the best housekeeper, are you?
I mean, no, I paid somebody to clean my house. I need that extra support. That's helpful whenever I'm, a single mother right now working full-time. I pay someone to clean my house.
But again, as I said, it was he kept it pretty good. He kept the house pretty clean while you would clean some of Bryce's things. Is that right?
Decently. We were both pretty bad about keeping the house
Okay.
straightened up all the time.
He started this work schedule. Did he start the work schedule where he was working from 7 to 12 and then 9 to midnight while y'all were still together?
No, that changed shortly after
changed.
he left, yeah.
While y'all were together, he was working the traditional Monday through Friday from 8 to
7 to 5, and then
7 to
every other
5.
Friday off, yes.
And every other Friday off. And you were still doing the 3 days at the office, 2 days home.
Correct.
And so Bryce was having to go to daycare because you couldn't tend to him on your 2 days because you needed to get your work done. And he was the same way.
Yeah.
And do you understand his work schedule now is flexible where the child doesn't have to go to daycare with him?
Yes, that's how I've understood his schedule to be.
But again, have y'all agreed that he needs to morph into a pre-K or a preschool program next year for a couple of days a week?
Yes, his daycare reached out and said preschool registration was coming up, and we thought it's in his best interest to let him have 2 full years of preschool before this year is just kind of introductory preschool, and then next year will be a full-time getting ready for kindergarten curriculum.
Because again, when we talked about the school, unless y'all ask him to go to school early and he tests in, he can't start school next year. I think the cutoff is August.
I think if I added it up right, August 2028, he would start kindergarten. He'll turn 6 right after he starts kindergarten because of the way his birthday falls.
And y'all have discussed it, and he's not at the maturity level or anything to try to get him into kindergarten next year, right?
I would not think that would set him up for failure, I feel like.
Right. So where he's going to be going to school is not an immediate situation. We don't have to make a decision. He's not starting this year or next August.
That's right, right.
Okay. Do you have you've bought a home,
I have.
your family is here for the most part. You don't have any intentions of relocating outside of Dixon County at this point in
Not at
time,
all.
do you? Do you have a problem with again, putting a stipulation that Bryce will go to school in Dixon County?
No, as long as it's not, as long as we're not saying the city
No.
of Dixon, just Dixon County
Dixon
for
County.
sure. Yes.
And again, you've raised the issue about that he, at some point in this text message, talked about, oh, I wished we could be together either there or here. Again, you understand, he's asking to stay here.
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that your anger over your husband cheating on you, that you've allowed that to cloud your judgment on his ability to parent?
I would say early on, it was probably a lot more clouded. There's been a lot of time to process everything and process all the emotions that he had time to process before he chose to leave. I needed that time to process that my world got flipped upside down. I'm in a much better place these days. So I wouldn't say my judgment's clouded these days, but I do have some in my what I consider valid concerns with just a few things.
And again, and again, you've pointed out those concerns that you have, but again, you left your child in a running car.
Yes, and that was an unfortunate event. That was the most terrifying thing that I've ever had happen. I'm not blaming Matt for that either. But I do want to say it was just a freak accident. If I'm allowed to elaborate on that a
Well,
little,
and that, I
Judge,
want
if
you
she could
to.
finish, please.
Well, the question she was asked, she's answered, and I think she's attempting to answer it, so sustain the objection, allow her to finish her answer before you go forward.
So that night, Bryce was asleep in the car. I think that's important to note. When that happened, the reason that I stepped away to get the trash can and didn't take Bryce is he was already asleep, and I didn't want to wake him up. We had gotten home from my uncle's house from a 4th of July event, and I didn't want to wake him up to carry him to the end of the driveway just to grab the trash can and roll it to the house. So I didn't think about the auto timer on the garage, so I stepped out to grab the trash can when that happened, and I acted quickly on that. So I understand that was a really bad moment, but it was a freak accident. I don't think it's either fault of either of ours, but the garage door being faulty, that was a series of unfortunate events.
And again, that's what I just wanted to clarify. This absolutely bringing it up, nothing that he indicated that he has concerns about that with you. But it seems that you're blaming that through the questions that have been answered, that you're blaming him for the fact that he didn't take care of changing something that you knew about. That's not it.
Yes.
By the questions that were elicited in your testimony on direct examination, he should have done this, and he should have done that, and he should have done this.
Yes,
Why didn't you do it?
I'm aware. I think I answered that earlier. I believe they're just, at the time when we were still together, it had been broken for a year almost before he left. And we both could have fixed that, and we didn't. And I understand that I still owned that home or lived in the home for a little while afterwards. At that time, it was on the back burner of my mind because I was so used to coming in and just pushing the button on my car to get in the garage. And I didn't really think about that. It became routine. And so until that freak accident happened, it wasn't on the forefront of my mind to okay, I really need to get this ball rolling on getting it fixed.
And you understand, he hasn't, I'm the one that's raised it, not him. But you have these concerns of him going to the gym that he has done before y'all even conceived your child. And you're thinking that's a concern because he's not qualifying, he's not spending every waking hour with your child.
My concern there was just that I thought that the court orders had been violated. Just timestamps that I thought he had violated those orders, so I addressed those concerns with Hillary.
But it's not just that one occasion. You have talked ad nauseum or through the testimony about the fact that he leaves and goes to the gym, and he works out, and he goes and has a separate life. And when his child's not with him, he's going and having a relationship with somebody else. And that's the basis of your concern, is that he's moved on.
No, that I wouldn't say that's accurate. He's allowed to move on. He's allowed to do. It's his prerogative on what to do with when it's not his parenting time. I have no concerns with what he does when it's not his parenting time.
And when he's had his parenting time, your child has been well taken care of, has grown as a child, is the same loving child that y'all intended to raise when you decided to bring him into the world.
Yes, with the exception of a few moments that we pointed out where there was poor parental judgment and he left to go to Washington on his parenting time. That's where a lot of my concerns are.
And you understood that during these FaceTime calls that you weren't to discuss this case, and you flipped him off during one of those FaceTime calls. And we can watch the video if you want to do it, but you're behind your son your husband, now ex, is trying to have a conversation with your son, and you sit there and do this to him, don't you?
I think I do recall doing that. I did that behind Bryce's back, like you said. That was not a good thing to do. That was, again, when I was in a very low point, and I've grown a lot from that moment, and it's not my proudest moment that I did that. But yes, I did do that. We were in a disagreement, I think, at the time, where it was very difficult to get along, and we had a little disagreement on the call that
And
made me do that.
during those FaceTime calls, you brought up marital issues. Haven't you?
Early on, I definitely did.
Even after the order was entered, you did.
I do believe I did do that.
You would talk about the divorce where Bryce could hear you. And you talked about Daddy not being, and you made snide comments and disparaging comments about him with your child listening.
I didn't make disparaging remarks. If I did, I don't recall. I know that I have brought up just marital things, and, early on, I was still very hurt and still trying to figure out if there was any reconciliation so that I didn't have to, share my son and, like, can we figure this out? I definitely talked about some of that. If I made disparaging remarks, I really do not recall that in front of my child at all.
Ever tell Bryce that, Daddy's is going places without us and leaving? Talk about him going to Washington and seeing.
No, and I do not recall ever doing that. I purposely tried to not say anything negative about Matt in front of Bryce.
But you talked about marital, even after the order in April was entered. You acknowledged that you violated that order, didn't you?
I did have probably a few times where I tried to save my marriage, yes, and probably talking about that in front of Bryce, not in a disparaging way, but that's not right. I do understand that. Again, that was very fresh. My marriage had just gotten lost a month before that, and it was hard. There was a lot of emotions back then, and I think at that point in my life, when we would get on a call, it upset me, and I wanted to try to see if there was any way to fix anything. And I did it more out of trying to save my marriage for my family, not in a deceitful way.
Well, in violation of a court order way.
I understand that, yes, ma'am.
And so how many times he didn't at one time, even with video evidence and with all of that, not one time did he try to bring you into court for contempt, did he?
No, ma'am.
You think he knew you were healing? But you got a stopwatch on him. Oh, it's 61 minutes. He's violated a court order. That's you, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that, no, ma'am.
Well, how much estimated time did you think that when when you took the pictures and?
I thought it was right around the 2-hour mark, and I was thinking they were at the gym for about 2 hours plus the drive to and from his parents' house to pick up and drop off. So I thought it had exceeded that pretty decently.
So you understand one of the factors that the court has to deal with under the statutory factors is each parent's ability to make sure the child has a good relationship with the other parent and the other side of the family.
Yes, ma'am. And I do try to encourage that a lot with him. Every time on my parenting time that it's time for him to go back to his dad's house, I try to make sure he's excited and understands that Daddy gets to pick him up today.
Except for those times when you're on the video call and you have a captured audience that you make snide comments and you try to discuss marital issues in violation of court order.
Objection, that's a mischaracterization of the testimony. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that she admitted to.
Violating the court order. I'll go on.
And
I'll
it's
move on.
asked
Well,
and
it's
answered.
cross-examination overruled, but we are long past beating a dead horse.
Again, on that, there's a number of occasions that you refused telephone calls.
I know there was an occasion where we were on the call, and I strongly believed, based on his body language and looking around the room, that Ashley or her children were in the room with him while he was on his call with Bryce, which at the time was a violation of the orders that we had in place. So I did end the call and told him that somebody's in the background, you're talking to somebody in the background, and we're not allowed to do that. So I did end the call for that. And I did refuse to answer his call when he called back because of her being in the background.
And again, we can look at it, but I think there was a series of 9 or 10 missed calls over the course of this time, and you telling you're going to have to call another time. He's asked to stick to the same time, and you've required it to be at your convenience, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that's accurate. He asked for a set call time and we agreed on 7 PM. He said he needed, a notice of like, so he can prepare. So we agreed on a 7 PM call time, and then he almost every single week would request a different call time outside of 7 PM. And that's what Hillary had mentioned earlier. I was very flexible and I flexed those call times for him every single time he asked. I did not make that, I didn't try to make that difficult for him. Was it frustrating for me that he demanded a set time and then swayed from it because he booked a flight in the middle of his call time? Yes, it was very frustrating, but I didn't deny his calls.
Does he place the calls for you?
He agreed that he would be the one to call every night. That was his offer. So at 7 PM, no matter whose call it is, he calls. He offered that.
If he's got Bryce, he calls so Bryce to be available for you.
Yes.
And then if you've got Bryce, he calls to Bryce.
That's correct. Yeah, he offered that just to keep it consistent.
And not one time when it's your time, he's always had Bryce available to talk to you.
I have asked for a flexed call time a few times if we're like going to my dad's house to let Bryce spend time with his cousin or something, and he has not provided that flexibility for me and tells me no. He has a couple of times flexed the calls, but I was very, very flexible while he was flying to Washington for months, almost every single week, and I've gotten that same flexibility just a couple of times from him.
But again, after you've said you've had to deal with the trauma of your husband cheating on you and that you're in a better headspace, y'all are co-parenting your child, aren't you?
Things are getting a little bit better, I would say. We still can't agree on certain decisions, but it's improved a little bit.
That's all. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. We're going to take about a 10-minute recess.
We were giving Your Honor time to, if you need.
Do what?
We were giving you time in case you had to collect your thoughts in the back before you came back in.
Collect my thoughts. That's a good one. Well, let me talk to your folk for a minute, and I'm going to address this to everybody in the room. Too often in divorce cases, especially where custody is involved, we spend an enormous amount of time, an inordinate amount of time, picking at every little thing that we can about the other party to try to make them look as bad as possible, because we're fearful as lawyers. We're fearful that if we don't bring out all the negatives, then, we won't get a fair shake. In this particular case, I think I have two good parents. I think I have, admittedly, a father who loves his son, and I know I have a mother who loves her son as well. That doesn't mean that either one of them is perfect or has failed, or that has demonstrated sterling behavior that would indicate that they have never done anything wrong as a parent. Both of them have made mistakes. Some of those mistakes are more understandable than others. But it is this court's opinion that both of you are good parents. Now, this decision that I have to make is based upon the law and the facts that have been presented to me. And you've asked me to make a decision regarding who should be the primary caregiver for the child and what should the schedule be. You two have agreed upon a schedule on a temporary basis, but now you're asking to adopt a different schedule. And I'm required to determine first and foremost who is the primary residential parent in this case. I'm required to look at the statute that I'm dealing with is 36-6106 of the Tennessee Code, which basically gives me a set of factors that I have to consider in determining who should be the primary residential parent. So I will go through those because the Court of Appeals is always wanting to make sure that if this matter were to go up on appeal, they always want to make sure that I have considered and weighed those factors in making my decision. The first one is the strength, nature, and stability of the child's relationship with each parent, including whether one parent has performed the majority of parenting responsibilities relating to the daily needs of the child. I think this is a situation where both of these parents, I think, have a stable relationship with the child. I think both of them love this child very much. And if I would probably say that the mother has performed the greater responsibilities for the child, although the father is not heavily slanted in favor of the mother, because I think the father has also participated in that, at least during the time that they were married. Each parent, so I would say that that's an equal factor for both. Each parent or caregiver's past or potential for future performance of parenting responsibilities, including the willingness and ability of each parent or caregivers to facilitate and encourage a close and continuing parent-child relationship with the child and both of the child's parents, consistent with the best interests of the child in determining the willingness of each of the parents, going through the entire statute. Basically, that means I have to look to see whether each of you has the potential to ensure that the other parent has a good relationship with the child. And I think both of you are somewhat deficient in this particular regard. I think that Mr. Cuff has demonstrated that he has lost sight of his primary responsibility towards this child and has set aside some of those responsibilities. And I think some of the text messages between him and Miss Ashley have demonstrated that there was a lot of planning going on about how to get around his wife knowing what was going on and his get around how the child could be taken care of and so forth. But I also think that Ms. Cuff is at fault in this responsibility too. I mean, the things that you have done in this situation and said and done are regrettable as well. But I also understand you're operating from a feeling of betrayal. And, it's, as Ms. Roberts says many things, but one thing is she doesn't cut a lot of slack to her own clients, and she cross-examines them in a way because she brings out the negatives that they have before anyone else gets to do it. That is a good lawyer's tactic. When you know you've got a client with problems, if you address it on the front end, then it lessens the sting when the other side gets to do that. So Ms. Roberts has brought out on her examination of Mr. Cuff many of the very regrettable things that he engages in. When you get married, it's supposed to be for life, is what they say. I know that's rarely ever the case now, but still you make a commitment to someone, and when you violate that commitment, it becomes a very difficult thing to get past. That's what's happening, and that's what has happened with Ms. Cuff. I made the comment earlier about if she meets someone down the road and he starts telling you how to operate how to behave with your child, that you're not going to like that very much. But it's likely that she's going to find someone in her life that she will want to share it with. She's young, and I think she will certainly find another way. But Ms. Cuff, that's the other thing I would point out to you. Life doesn't end with this divorce. You're a young person, both of you are. You have a lot of life left. You've got 15 years left in your child's minority. But anyone, both of these lawyers and myself, can tell you that your parenting of your child does not end when they turn 18. You will continue to have to provide for it and so forth. So I'll get to the rest of that speech in a minute. But I think that both of you have been somewhat deficient in trying to jockey around for the purposes of this hearing as far as promoting a good relationship with the other one. And while it's understandable about the things that you attempted to do to save your marriage, that is unacceptable when your child is involved. The one true innocent in this case is your child. He's 3 years old. He deserves to have a good relationship with both of his parents, and not one that is slanted towards one parent or the other, or the parent tries to influence the child against the other parent. Refusal to attend a court-ordered parenting seminar. I don't have any indication that either of you have refused to do that, but both if you haven't, you'll need to do that within a period of time afterwards. The disposition of each parent to provide the child with food, clothing, medical care, education. I think we both have been willing to do that, and I think it's a situation where perhaps Mrs. Cuff has been the one who's primarily made the doctor's appointments and taken the child to the doctor, but Mr. Cuff has participated some in that. So that probably factor would favor her. The degree to which each parent has been the primary caregiver, and I think that I've held that both of you have taken responsibility, but I find that that favors the mother. The love, affection, and emotional ties existing between each parent and the child, again, I have no question that both of you love the child. Mrs. Cuff has focused her entire thought about this on the child and, to an extent, her feeling of betrayal by Mr. Cuff. Mr. Cuff has focused on his love for his child, but also extended that to a new relationship that he's gone into, and therefore he has left the child behind on many occasions when he could have been with the child and to pursue this new relationship. That's his choice, but I find that a factor would favor the mother. I don't have anything other than the emotional needs and developmental level of the child. I don't find that to be any evidence other than you've got a typical 3-year-old who seems to be doing well. Number 8 is the moral, physical, mental, and emotional fitness of each parent as it relates to the ability to parent the child. Again, neither of these, parents is without fault in this regard. Clearly, Mr. Cuff could have handled his separation from the family in a better way. He chose to basically break his marriage vows and to go into a relationship with another woman and to hide that from his wife. And as a result of that, I think that has necessarily caused Mrs. Cuff to react in negative ways. So while this factor could be applied to both of them, I find that factor is favoring the mother because while she has not been without fault, she has not engaged in an extramarital affair, and therefore that factor would favor the mother. Child's interaction in her relationships with siblings, other relatives and mentors and so forth, I don't really have a lot of evidence about that. The importance of continuity in the child's life and the length of time the child has lived in a stable, satisfactory environment. Clearly, I think there's been some upheaval. However, I think that primarily the situation that they've entered into and been going on for a year or so has resulted in a stable environment for this child. Don't have any evidence of physical or emotional abuse to the child. The character behavior of any other person who resides within or frequents the home of the parent. In this situation, I would have expected to have heard from Mr. Cuff's fiance, especially in view of the fact that Ms. Duke and her client were seeking to have a restriction against her continue after the divorce to prevent her from being able to be around this child. But I don't have anything other than some of the text messages and so forth to indicate anything about Ashley's situation other than the fact that she's divorced as well and has 2 children and has moved here from Washington to pursue her relationship apparently with Mr. Cuff. Reasonable preference of a child doesn't apply. The employment schedules of the parties. Mrs. Cuff works in Brentwood and she has a Monday through Friday job, although I think she says she has to go in only on like Wednesday through Friday. She actually has to be in Brentwood and she's available beyond that. Mr. Cuff has an unusual schedule and works from home because he's a software engineer. If I knew what a software engineer really did, I would understand your job a little more, but it sounds like to me that you're most of the time on a computer somewhere. So, but it does sound like to me that both of their schedules can accommodate any kind of care that the child might need. Whether either parent has had custody or parenting reduced, I don't find that to be a case, and I don't find any of the other factors that are relevant. So, having considered all of those factors, it is this court's opinion that the primary residential parent of the minor child should be the mother, Mrs. Kayla Michelle Cuff. Then I have to move to the setting of the schedule. And this is the more difficult part. The parties agreed to a schedule at the time that back in April of 2025 that it was not an entirely equal schedule, but it was certainly more than every other weekend. And in that schedule, the father was having time Friday at 3 p.m. to Tuesday at 7 a.m. when he drops the minor child off at daycare, and that's every other week. And then on the odd week, he has Sunday at 6 to Tuesday at 6 p.m. on the alternate week. So he picks the child up Sunday, has Sunday night, all day Monday, Monday night, and then returns the child all day Tuesday, and then returns the child at 6 p.m. in the alternate week. That's not an entirely equal schedule, but it's pretty close. And as a result of that, this court is of the opinion that on a permanent basis, until the child reaches a certain age, and I'll deal with that, but right now we're going to keep that schedule going as is previously ordered. This child is 3 years old. He'll be going into pre-K sometime either not next year or the year after. And then after that's going to be kindergarten. Right now, I'll need to go through, and I don't have a parenting plan before me, but the day in, day out schedule will be just as what they previously agreed, and I affirm that to continue. On the spring, once the child is in school, we'll have to deal with it, and I'm going to go ahead and put an order down to hopefully keep them from having to come back. Once the child is enrolled in school, then the Dixon County school system yearly calendar will apply. In addition to that, school breaks will be equally divided. Now, they can divide them 50-50. I think they've had 2 weeks in the fall and 2 weeks in the spring. They can divide that 50-50. During the summer vacation, right now, because the child is not enrolled in school, I'm nonetheless ordering that each of them have at least 2 weeks of extended summertime with the child. You'll have 2 weeks that will be separated. So we'll just go ahead and say that you'll have a week in the month of June that you can do whatever you want to without having to worry about him. He'll have a week in the month of June. Your lawyers can decide which weeks you get, but he's going to have a week. If he wants to take the child to Florida, he can do it. And that's because he's his son and he's going to have that right. You will have the same right. And we'll go from there. He'll have 2 weeks, 1 week in June each and 1 week in July each, because school now starts in August, I think. Once school starts, they're going to alternate weeks. Once he's at school age and starts kindergarten and you're adhering to the school system, then he will have alternating weeks, so that during the school year, the schedule that you've been operating on will apply. When the school is out for the summer, it'll be alternating weeks. And this is about as fair as I can do as far as making, it's not exactly a 50-50 split, but it's pretty close to giving you what you want. All other holidays will be the same holidays that I have dealt with before, and I think the lawyers know that well enough to know that generally I'm going to be going, when you have the child for Christmas Eve and Christmas morning, the next year he has the child for Christmas Eve. If you two can't work it out, Ms. Duke and Ms. Roberts do a lion's share of domestic work, and they're both good lawyers, and they will represent you to the extent that they can, but they can also give you advice. So under the circumstances, they'll alternate the holidays under the usual schedule. If you run into a problem, you can get with me. Trying to think what else. I don't have a parenting plan to look at, but the next step would be to determine if there are any special considerations. The first thing, all decisions will be equal, jointly made, rather, with the exception that if the parties cannot agree, then they will be required to make they will have to have a discussion, and if the parties cannot agree, then the primary residential parent will have the final say. And that'll solve some of your problems about this T-ball stuff. I've been to T-ball games, I've been to soccer games for my grandchildren, and at this age, going to 2 games a day is a bit much. And I think that's probably something that needs to be avoided if possible. Let me look through this just to make sure I'm not omitting anything.
My client will keep health insurance,
Pardon?
My client will continue to keep health insurance.
All right, he'll keep health insurance. We'll calculate the child support based on his income, which he testified was 145,000, and hers was 81, I believe, thousand.
We have
No.
those numbers.
Right, and I think you took in exchange current information. He's been paying for daycare.
He pays for daycare.
And he's
I'll
been
tell you
paying
both.
support too, like, we don't have to do back support or anything. He's been paying
been
his
paying
support
child
since they sold the house.
Understand this. My grandchildren, two of my grandchildren go to Walnut Street Church of Christ daycare. And as a result of that, I'm a big believer in the daycare that they offer because it socializes the children. It gives them an opportunity to make friends. And while I don't think it's required that you have to go there every day, I still think it's a good idea to have that regular activity. So that's why I consider daycare expense to be one of those things that can be considered in that. Now, I guess that then brings us down to the issue of Miss Ashley, who may be sitting in the courtroom. I don't know if
She is.
Ashley's here in the
I asked her
courtroom.
to come in, Judge.
Judge, may I backtrack just 1 second? Can they alternate the child's birthday also?
It's the 22nd of the 8th of September, which the child is going to be in school, so it's difficult to do that. It's
Look,
scenario, they're going to do the day after.
Let me just give you both some advice. There is no reason in the world that you can't get together and have a birthday party on the child's birthday and have both of you and your significant others be present. And if you want your child to grow up well-adjusted and to have an opportunity to know that his parents are both mature individuals, then you will understand that you're going to have to behave in a way that puts his best interest first. You may not like his new person you may not like Ashley. I have heard nothing that indicates she is a threat or harm to this child. Obviously, the circumstances under which they came to be together is regrettable, but you may have a new person in your life soon that he may not like very much, and he may think he's replacing me as Wright's father. The fact is, it's tough to him. If he didn't like that, he could have stayed married to you. So what I'm telling you both is you're going to have to start putting your child's best interest first and think about every decision you make interacting with the other parent about how it's going to impact your son. Because if you don't, if this animosity and this hostility continues and this gamesmanship continues where you try to manipulate things to help your advantage, if that continues, then you are going to ruin every major event in your child's life. Every birthday that he has to have separate birthday parties because his parents can't stand to be in the same room together, or their significant other, mom doesn't want to be or dad doesn't want to be around them. Every birthday, every major event, every holiday, every major event when he turns 18 and graduates from high school, both of you are going to want to be there. You're going to want to have a celebration for him. Well, I have to have two celebrations. Same thing goes with college education. If he goes off to college, Ms. Roberts can tell you, her son just graduated from with a master's in business administration. Ms. Duke's children are reaching that age. Having an opportunity for your child to see the two of you together and to see that you can be around each other and that there's not that type of animosity will be healthy for your child, and it will give them an opportunity to grow up and have as normal a childhood as possible. For example, he's going to get married someday, I'm going to assume. And when he does, both of you would like to be there for that wedding, I would assume. And if you can get along well enough, then he can have a great event. If you can't get along well enough, he's going to be worried about how mom and dad can't stand each other, and they're going to be fussing and fighting and ruin my wedding day. So think about things from that perspective and try not to use the child against each other, and try not to put him in that situation. For that reason, at this point, I have no evidence to indicate that Mr. Cuff's fiancee, if in fact she is his fiancee, is a person that should not be exposed to your son. And I will say this, that if it comes to this court's attention that there is some reason down the road, then we'll take appropriate remedial action at that point. I don't expect that to be the case, but right now, I don't have any reason to believe that she would be a harm to the child. They didn't exercise good moral judgment, but, you know, by the same token, he's going to have a long life. He's going to have to get used to people who might be doing things that we don't all agree with. So for that reason, I am lifting any restriction against Ms. Ashley being around this child, and with the understanding that Mr. Cuff, your first responsibility is to your son, not to your girlfriend's or fiance's children, but to your son. And I can tell you that that relationship you might have with those children can create animosity or heartache for your son if he feels like you're putting more emphasis and placing them above him. So you're going to have to keep that in mind and make sure that he stays to be your first and foremost consideration. I think you both can be good parents. I think you are good parents. I think you've just had a rough patch to go through. It is never a lot of fun to go through a divorce. Ms. Roberts and Ms. Duke and I practiced law in front of Judge Leonard Martin, and he used to describe going through a divorce is like taking off all your clothes and running naked through a briar patch. It just hurts all over, and it does hurt. You have a feeling of betrayal, and Mr. Cuff ought to be having a feeling of failure on his part. But under the circumstances, you can get past that, and you're young, you have a long life ahead of you, and you can, rally from this situation and find yourself in a better situation. I hope that's what happens for both of you. I hope you have a stable environment in the future, and that this will end your animosity and your problems that you have. I'm not naive enough to think that it will be without problems, but always try to remember that those decisions you have to make, put your child's interest first. Anybody have anything I didn't cover?
I just have a point of clarification, if I could. The current schedule will continue, and the summer vacation they get 2 weeks until the child goes to school, then they do week to week.
When
With the summer.
the school schedule with holidays and spring and fall and all of that covered, except for I'm talking about not holiday
Yeah, I
vacation.
thought the schools.
The school breaks all come into play when the child enrolls in the school system as a kindergarten student.
The Tuesday, the same schedule as existence now, and he has every other week, he has Tuesday that he returns the child at 7 a.m. It just clarifying that the testimony is she goes into work at 7. I mean, she goes to work on Tuesday. Is there and the child is going to continue, does he still have an obligation when the child goes to preschool? The child's going to go to preschool starting in August, and I think the testimony was it's like a Tuesday, Thursday program, and it's a half a day. Will whose time on his one time he keeps till 6 o'clock on Tuesday? The other one is at 7 a.m. on Tuesday. Can we just do 6 o'clock on Tuesdays?
The children usually go back to daycare after that. They go back to daycare after preschool the rest of the day. So
They have preschool for half a day, and then they are in basically playtime at daycare after that.
I'd ask that we
So-
keep it the same as the
So
temporary.
we just leave them
Well,
there.
but preschool doesn't start at 7 a.m. It usually
No.
starts at 8. So when he goes to preschool, can he just drop the child off when preschool begins?
They go to daycare first, but I don't know that 7 or 8, if he's got the child and he's dropping the child off, I don't think.
I don't think
she's
it
gonna-
matters if he drops the
That's
child
my-
off.
That's my point. As long as the child gets to preschool on time, are we hard and fast at 7 a.m. is my question, is what I needed a point of clarification.
Hard and fast between 7 and 8 a.m. is fine.
Okay. But, okay. And then when you did the 2 weeks, they're going to do the summer, again, he'll have the current schedule. Can we start it? Do we want to start when they have the week during the summer? What day? Do we want to run Friday to Friday, Sunday to Sunday?
My belief is Friday to Friday is the best scenario, because when they get to your house, and this is true, I think, in my opinion, if you were doing an equal week on, week off during the summer, whatever, They're going to probably start, he'll probably start carrying a bunch of stuff from your house to his dad's and from his dad's to your house. And if you do it on Friday, he can get his stuff to your house, and then he's got the weekend to do whatever he wants to do before the week starts. So that would be my thought.
And then, and again, that exchange time can be after school on Friday.
Okay,
When they start school, when they do, they'll just do the Friday after school.
At 6 PM, she'll pick the child up and then they exchange, so the child doesn't have to have it.
Okay, I didn't know when the child starts school, whether we wanted to adopt it. And then the last thing to clarify is I just thought it would be easy since it was testified in the hearing that he had the child on Easter this year in 2026. So we start our odd and even using the first, we'll go from him having Easter in even years, and then we'll do the schedule around that. And that seems to be the holiday to start with, since that was the last one he had. Is that okay?
It's fine. I think we just need to look and see if there are any holidays that maybe she had that he would get instead. We just need to-
work it out. And if there is a holiday that one of them had that under this new schedule would be again to them, then maybe they can share it. This would be part of the trying to work together that I talked about. Easter is one of those days where both of you want to see your child on Easter. So, you know, you ought to work together to let both of you have, if you give them an Easter basket or whatever, then let it happen and both of you get an opportunity to see your child. So
And then tax deduction.
as long as he's paying child support, and I'm assuming he will be paying child support, then as long as he pays current child support, they'll alternate year to year.
Who gets 26?
Who's claimed them last year?
Well,
They
they
filed
filed jointly for
jointly.
2025.
She'll claim the first year.
She'll get even and you'll get odd. Because it would benefit both of them. They both make money to where but they both need the deduction.
I gave you both all day to give you every opportunity to express your thoughts and to get this out of your system, because I think that's healthy. I hated it when judges used to cut me off as a lawyer and not let my client say anything, tell me what he was going to do, and then the client walks out and says, I didn't get to say, I didn't get my say. I wanted to give you your say. You've had your say, and I've made the decision. I didn't ask to make the decision. I would have been glad for Judge Turnbow to make the decision, but I did it the best that I could do, and I wish you both the best in the future, and I hope that what I've done will try to give you an opportunity to have your son equally co-parent your son as best you can. So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
all right, who is drawing the order?
I think between the two of us.
Ms. Duke and I have several orders that we're going back and forth that is due from us, so we will see which one gets to it.
We're going to have a Friday night order sesh. Take care of it.
All right, then with that, we stand adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.